Hello and welcome back, or welcome if you're joining us for the first time. I'm Mr. Dantello, and I'm really glad you're here tonight. We're diving into something that's always unsettled me deeply: abandoned places and lost locations. There's something about spaces left behind, frozen in time, that gets under your skin in a way nothing else quite does. Tonight, we have 4 stories that explore that feeling in different ways. Our first story is called The Factory Floor, Where My Childhood Desk Still Has My Name. It's about returning to a place from your past and finding something that shouldn't still be there. Next, we have The Derelict Hospital, Where Every Room Holds a Different Year, a meditation on time, decay, and the strange geometry of forgotten buildings. Then there's I Keep Finding Footprints in the Abandoned House That Match My Get, which explores that creeping personal unease when something begins to mirror you in ways it shouldn't. And we'll finish with The Old Amusement Park, Where the Rides Still Follow Yesterday's Schedule, a story about remnants of joy and what happens when they refuse to stop. If you're enjoying what we do here, I'd really appreciate it if you'd like and subscribe. It helps us keep these stories coming to you. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The Factory Floor Where My Childhood Desk Still Has My Name. I never thought I'd go back to the Meridian Factory, but some places have a way of calling you back whether you want them to. 20 years is a long time. Long enough that the chain-link fence around the property had begun to rust through in geometric patterns, like the building itself was slowly dissolving into the earth. Long enough that I'd convinced myself the memories had softened into something less real, the kind of childhood recollection that blurs at the edges, where you can't quite trust whether the details are genuine or reconstructed from stories someone else told you. But when I saw the building again, standing 4 stories against a gray afternoon sky, every specific thing came rushing back. The water stain on the eastern wall, the way the loading dock doors hung slightly crooked, the particular smell of the place, rust and old fabric and something chemical that had soaked into the brick decades ago. My parent worked here as a floor manager. I was between 8 and 14, roughly, those years when school schedules didn't quite match work schedules. And I'd end up spending 2 or 3 afternoons a week in the office wing upstairs, doing homework at my own small desk while the factory ran below. The sound was constant, but became white noise eventually. The mechanical thunder of the looms, the high-pitched whirring of the spinning frames, the occasional crash of something falling or being moved. From up there you didn't hear individual sounds so much as feel the building's rhythm, this low vibration that lived in the floor and walls. I'd park the car on the street outside, engine off, staring at the fence. It was a weekday afternoon, one of those days in late autumn where the light turns that particular shade of copper just before it drains away entirely. Nobody was around. The factory had been closed for years. I'd looked it up before driving here, done the research online, because I wasn't sure I'd even be able to find it again. The official records said it shut down in 1998, which would have been before I even started going there. But I remembered it so clearly. The fence had a gap where someone had cut through the chain link years ago. I widened it a little more, my hands shaking slightly, not from fear, not yet, but from the strangeness of standing there at all. The closer you got to the actual building, the more the scale of it became apparent. 4 stories of weathered brick, hundreds of windows, most of them clouded with interior grime. The parking lot was a grid of cracked asphalt, with weeds erupting through the fissures. Nature wasn't so much reclaiming it as slowly digesting it. I crossed the lot. My footsteps sounded loud against the broken pavement, and I found myself walking quieter, more carefully, as though I might disturb something. The main entrance was locked, of course, a heavy industrial door with a bar across the inside. But there was a side entrance I remembered, the one my parent used on days when the main office was locked up. It was around the corner, partially hidden by an extension of the building. When I got there, I could see the door was partially ajar, the frame slightly warped. The lock mechanism long since degraded past function. The interior was darker than I expected. Even though it was late afternoon outside, the windows didn't let in enough light to make sense of anything right away. I had to stand in the doorway for a moment, letting my eyes adjust, breathing air that tasted of undisturbed dust and something else. Moisture, maybe. A dampness that suggested water had been seeping into the walls for a very long time. The hallway I entered was lined with old plastic chairs stacked against the wall, a water cooler sitting in the corner, its jug long since emptied and probably cracked. There was a bulletin board with paper still pinned to it, the text faded and curled but still visible if you got close enough. Safety notices, production schedules, a birthday card, the writing on it now completely illegible. The hallway stretched ahead in both directions, and I turned left, toward where I knew the stairs up to the office would be. The stairs were industrial metal, open on both sides, and they made a ringing sound under my weight even though I was trying to step carefully. Each footfall echoed in a way that made it seem like there was someone else in the stairwell, ascending just slightly behind me. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I'd been a child here. I'd been safe here. There was no reason to feel the particular tension that was building at the base of my skull. The second floor was the office wing. I remembered it as bright and separate from the factory floor below, a space where the machinery noise became muffled and you could actually hear yourself think. Now it was dim and felt smaller than I'd remembered, though that was normal, wasn't it? Everything from childhood feels larger. Everything shrinks when you grow up. The hallway of the second floor had a line of doors on either side, offices and what used to be filing rooms. At the far end was the larger office area where my parent had worked, where several desks had been arranged in a loose configuration. But there was something else now, something I hadn't expected. A metal gate had been installed across the entire hallway entrance to that section of the floor. It was a security gate, the kind you'd roll down from above, made of metal bars welded together. And it was sealed. There was a padlock on it. Several of them, actually, modern locks too. These weren't vintage locks that had been here since the factory closed. These were recent. One of them was stainless steel, probably no more than 5 or 6 years old. Someone had taken the trouble within the last several years to make sure nobody went deeper into this office wing. I stood in front of it for a long moment, my hand reaching out and then stopping short of actually touching the bars. Why seal it? The factory itself was open to the elements. You could get in through multiple points. The roof was probably compromised in places. Water was clearly coming in somewhere. So why was this one hallway, this particular section of the second floor, locked so carefully? I moved back along the hallway, checking the doors I could still access. The first office was empty except for some old filing cabinets, drawers hanging open and empty. The next had a desk with a chair still pushed under it, as if someone might sit down tomorrow and get back to work. There were no papers on it, no sign that anyone had actually used it in decades. The third door was locked from the inside, the window beside it opaque with condensation. I could barely make out a shape beyond it, but nothing specific. And the fourth door opened easily, and beyond it was something that made me step inside and close the door carefully behind me. It was the office area, the main office area where I'd spent all those afternoons. The space was gray in the dim light coming through the grimy windows, but I could make out the layout still. The larger desks in a loose cluster near the windows. The filing cabinets along the far wall. The narrow desk pushed into the corner by the interior wall, the one that had belonged to the administrative assistant. And my desk. My desk was still there. It was smaller than I'd remembered it, which I expected. But it was exactly where it had been, in that corner by the windows, slightly separated from the main cluster. And it was untouched. I moved toward it slowly, my eyes adjusting more and more as they worked overtime in the dimness. The surface was bare, except for a single pencil holder, small, ceramic, with a painted design that was too faded to make out. There were pencils in it, several of them, wooden pencils with dull points. Beside the pencil holder was a child's notebook, the kind with a composition cover, cream-colored with simple ruled lines inside. But the thing that stopped me cold was what was carved into the desk surface itself. I could see my name cut deep into the wooden desktop with what must have been a lot of patience and a sharp blade. The letters were rough but deliberate, and they were unmistakably my handwriting from that age. Not the shape of it, but the actual carved letters. Whoever had done it had known the exact way I shaped those particular letters, the little idiosyncrasies of my hand. Riley was carved into the desk. I sat down slowly in the chair. It creaked under my weight, a sound I definitely remembered. The chair had always creaked like that. I hadn't thought about the chair in 20 years. But the moment I sat on it, The creaking sound brought back the exact sensation of sitting here, waiting for my parent to finish work, watching the light change across the floor as the afternoon deepened. I reached for the notebook. It opened easily, the spine still flexible. Inside was a series of drawings, maybe 15 or 20 pages worth, all in pencil and crayon. A house with exaggerated windows, a figure with impossibly long arms, overlapping geometric shapes, a creature of some kind, all teeth and circles for eyes. Simple stuff. Kid stuff. Exactly what you'd find in a child's notebook from that age. Except there was no dust on it. None of the pages showed any discoloration. The pencil marks hadn't faded. The crayon colors were still bright. This wasn't something that had been sitting undisturbed for 20 years. Something this old in a sealed building where water was clearly getting in, where the air moved through countless gaps in the weathering frame. It should have been damp. The pages should have been wrinkled. The pencil lead should have been smudged. But it wasn't. It was exactly as I might have left it if I'd walked out of this office just the day before. I set the notebook down carefully and looked around the space again, this time more deliberately, noticing the other desks in the cluster, the one next to mine, the one farther back toward the filing cabinets, the one near the door. I moved over to the nearest one. It had a name carved into it, too, Alex, and in the next desk over, Sam, and the fourth, Jordan. I checked them carefully, looking at each carved name. They were all the same work, deliberate, careful, in the handwriting style of children or young teenagers. And they were all different hands. These were not 4 versions of the same person carving their name. These were 4 different people, 4 different children, who had each carved their name into these desks. But I'd never seen any of these other children here. Not once, in all my afternoons in this office. I'd been alone here. I'd always been alone here. Or that's what I'd remembered. I straightened up, moving away from the desks toward the windows. The glass was so filthy that I could barely see out, but I could make out the shapes of the factory floor below, the massive looms still in place, still positioned as if production might resume tomorrow. Long shadows striped the space from the high windows on the eastern wall. I turned back to the room, and that's when I noticed the calendar. It was hanging on the wall beside the door, a standard monthly calendar printed on thin cardboard, the kind that companies used to give away as promotional items. I stepped over and leaned in close to read the text at the top. Meridian Textile Manufacturing. Monthly calendar. The date on the top reads September 1997, and every single page had been turned to that month, September 1997. The current month displayed was September 1997, and there, circled in blue pen, was September 23rd. I had a sudden, vivid memory of that date, September 23rd, a Tuesday. I remembered because it was the day after my birthday. That's why it was circled. Someone had been marking birthdays on the calendar. But that had been 20 years ago. More than 20 years. I'd been 9 years old. I stood there in the gathering dimness, holding that piece of information, trying to make it make sense. The official record said the factory closed in 1998. But I'd been here, definitely here, after that. I remembered high school years spent here, growing older, my parents still working, the building still functioning. I remembered the smell of the place unchanged from when I was 8. Remembered it being exactly the same when I was 12, 13, 14, or did I? I was suddenly unsure. The memories were so clear, but they had no sequence, no actual timeline inside them. I could remember specific afternoons, specific light qualities, the specific way it felt to sit at this desk and be bored in the particular way a child can be bored. But I couldn't remember transitions. I couldn't remember stopping coming here. I couldn't remember my parents saying it was time to stop, or the factory changing, or anything marking the end point. I just stopped coming. And then it was years later, and I was an adult, and I no longer thought about the place at all. Until today. A sound from somewhere deeper in the building made me stop. Not loud, but distinct. A creak, maybe, or the sound of something settling. Water dripping somewhere distant. I listened, but it didn't repeat. I looked at the metal gate again in my mind, blocking off this hallway, blocking off this section of the second floor. Whoever had installed those locks had wanted to keep people out of here. Not out of the entire factory. They hadn't bothered securing anywhere else. Just this office wing. Just this space. Or maybe they wanted to keep something in. The light was getting worse. The copper had drained away entirely, and the factory was settling into actual dusk now. I should have gone back downstairs. Should have let myself out the way I came in. Should have left this place the way I'd been leaving it for 2 decades, unvisited, unexamined, just a fading memory of afternoons spent in a sealed building. But I moved instead toward the far end of the office space, toward a back area I just now remembered. There had been a door. Back there. A small door that went to the stairs down to the basement level. The basement was something I'd never been into. I'd asked once and been told it wasn't an area for visitors. Too machinery heavy, too industrial, too dangerous. But I remembered where the access was. I remembered my parent pointing it out, saying, "That's not a place you should ever try to go." The door was still there, recessed slightly into the wall, painted industrial gray. And there was a new lock on it, much newer than the calendar on the wall, newer than the padlocks on the security gate. This lock was bright, almost shiny, and it was very thick, very serious. And underneath the door, seeping into the office space, was the smell I'd registered earlier, the dampness. But now, standing close to the door, I could identify it more precisely. Concrete. Wet concrete. The smell was strong and chemical and recent. The door itself was sealed with what looked like caulk around the edges. Professional caulk. This wasn't amateur work. This was someone who'd made a project of sealing access to the basement. I stood there for a long time, staring at that door, understanding that I'd now found every liked thing in this place. The sealed hallway. The office area untouched, the basement sealed and caulked, and my name carved into a desk in a building that was supposed to have been closed before I was even old enough to hold a pencil. Behind me, the factory continued its slow settling. A piece of something, machinery, metal, I didn't know what, shifted slightly in the darkness below. And for the first time since I'd entered the building, I felt afraid. Not of anything present, but of the possibility that my memories of this place were not memories at all, that they were something else, something that didn't have a rational explanation, that the building had been closed and empty for all those years, and yet I'd spent them here anyway, in some version of the space that existed only for me and the other children whose names were carved into desks. The calendar on the wall still read September 1997. The pencil marks in the notebook still held their color, and my childhood desk in this sealed and impossible room still had my name cut into it. I needed to leave. The decision came suddenly and completely, and I moved toward the door without hesitation. But before I reached it, I paused at the window one more time. The factory floor below was now fully dark, the machinery just shapes against shapes. And in that darkness, I could almost swear I heard it, that low vibration I remembered, the rhythm of the building working, even though there was no power here, no water, no reason for it to run at all. I left the office as quietly as I'd entered it. The hallway felt longer on the way out. I'm not sure when I first noticed it. Halfway back toward the main entrance, perhaps, or maybe I'd been aware of it from the moment I stepped into the corridor, that sense that the space had expanded, that the distance I'd traveled to get here wasn't the same distance I'd be traveling to leave. The walls still bore the same faded paint, the same water stains mapping territories of slow decay. But the perspective had changed, or the building had. I stopped walking and looked back. The office door was visible but distant, smaller than it should have been from this vantage point. I could see the sealed basement door beyond it, and the hallway seemed to stretch further back than I'd walked forward. The mathematics of the building no longer made sense. I turned and continued toward the entrance, moving faster now, not running, but no longer the careful, measured pace of someone exploring. The footsteps I made were the only sound except for the occasional distant settling of the structure around me, or perhaps not distant. Sound behaved strangely in here. A noise from the factory floor below could feel like it was coming from inside the walls, or from directly beneath my feet, or from somewhere I couldn't quite locate at all. The main entrance came into view. The doors were exactly as I'd left them, propped open slightly, the afternoon light from outside still filtering through in a pale gray line. That was reassuring. That was proof that the outside world still existed, that I hadn't somehow become untethered from normal space and time. I pushed through and stepped out into the parking lot. The light hit me like a physical thing, colder than I'd expected, and the angle was wrong. When I'd entered the building, the sun had been higher, warmer, more directly overhead. Now it was slanting from the west at an angle that suggested late afternoon, maybe approaching evening. But I hadn't been inside for more than 20 minutes. 30 at the most. I looked at my phone. The screen was dead. Completely dead, despite being at full battery when I'd arrived. A normal explanation presented itself immediately. I'd accidentally drained it somehow. Or the battery had been defective, or I'd misremembered the charge level. These were the kinds of mundane explanations that life offered when you panicked about small things. I pushed the phone deep into my pocket and decided not to think about it. The drive back to the main road seemed to take longer than the drive in. I kept expecting the access road to curve back toward the factory, to loop in some way that would suggest I'd gotten turned around. But it didn't. It ran straight, predictable, lined with scrub brush and the skeletal remains of trees that had never quite managed to establish themselves in the rocky soil. Still, the distance felt wrong. The road should have been shorter. I was certain, in some deep and probably irrational way, that the outbound journey had taken less time. When I finally reached the main road, I felt something unknot in my chest. I sat at the intersection for a long moment, engine running, trying to decide what I was going to do about what I'd seen. The carved name on the desk, my childhood desk, in a building that had supposedly been abandoned before I was old enough to attend school. The sealed basement. The calendar stopped at September 1997, the month I'd started first grade. The pencil marks in the notebook still holding their color as though they'd been made yesterday. I drove back to my hotel and didn't leave the room for the rest of the evening. The rational explanation was compartmentalization. Humans were good at creating false memories, at filling gaps with plausible narratives. Maybe I'd visited this place as a very young child. Maybe my parents had taken me on some industrial tour, or my father had worked here before it closed. Maybe I'd unconsciously incorporated real memories into a false framework, creating the impression of spending significant time at a place I'd barely remembered. The mind did these things. It wove together fragments of actual experience into compelling false narratives. Except the desk had my name on it, not written, carved, the kind of carving that would take time, intention, repeated pressure. Not something a 5-year-old could do in a few minutes on an industrial tour. I ordered room service and didn't eat it. Instead, I sat on the bed and looked at the photograph I'd taken of the desk on my phone, the one image I'd managed to capture before the battery died. The name was clear, that particular spelling, that particular way I'd written it back then, with the letters slightly uneven and the final letter slightly smaller than the others. It was unmistakably mine, unmistakably from childhood. By the next morning, I'd convinced myself that the experience was worth a second visit. Not because I expected to find answers, but because the alternative was to accept that something impossible had happened, and I wasn't ready for that. A second visit, in daylight, would recontextualize the whole thing. I would see the building clearly, and it would seem mundane. I would find a rational explanation for the sealed basement and the impossible calendar and the desk that shouldn't exist. I drove back to the factory at 7:47 and on a cloudless morning. The parking lot looked different in daylight, smaller, more obviously derelict. The building was clearly, unambiguously empty. Nothing but weathered brick and broken windows and the slow reassertion of nature through cracks and gaps. There was no ambiguity here, no sense of hidden spaces or sealed sections, just an old, tired structure being gradually returned to the earth. I pushed through the main doors, and the smell hit me immediately. That same chemical smell from the basement door, but stronger now, more omnipresent. I stood in the entrance for a moment, letting my eyes adjust, and then I walked toward the stairwell. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. The same dust patterns, the same arrangement of debris, the same particular arrangement of overturned metal shelving on the factory floor. But the layout felt different somehow. Subtle reconfigurations that I couldn't quite identify, but could definitely feel. The stairwell was in the right place. The hallway on the upper floor was where it should be. But the proportions had shifted slightly. The geometry of the space fundamentally and unaccountably altered. I climbed the stairs slowly, watching the wood beneath my feet, listening to the small creaks and shifts. The factory floor below remained dark and still and silent. At the top of the stairs, I turned left toward the office area. The sealed hallway stopped me first. It looked different in daylight, not just the physical appearance, but something about its presence seemed less definite. The plywood covering the passage was still there, still covered in that institutional gray paint. But the caulking around the basement door had been redone. Fresh caulk, white as bone, applied with professional precision. It was still wet enough that I could smell the sharp chemical tang of it, could see the slight wetness where it had been smoothed along the edges. Someone had been here since yesterday. Someone had specifically resealed the basement door. I stood very still for a long moment, listening. The building around me continued its low settling. That vibration that might have been wind or might have been something else. There was no other sound. No indication of human presence. No echo of footsteps. No evidence that anyone was currently inside the structure with me. I moved toward the office. The desk was still there, the desk with my name on it. I knelt down and examined the carving more closely, running my fingers across the letters. The wood was warm to the touch, which was wrong. Dust should have made it cool. Exposure to the open air should have made it cool. But it was warm, as though someone had been holding it recently, or as though the building itself had a temperature that it maintained regardless of external conditions. I stood up and looked around the office. Everything appeared unchanged from yesterday. But the apparent changelessness itself felt like a lie. Something was different. Something had been moved or adjusted or in some subtle way reconfigured. The notebook was still on the desk, and the pencil marks still held their color. But the calendar on the wall, the calendar that read September 1997, now showed a different date. I stepped closer to verify what I was seeing. It was still September 1997. Still the same month, the same year. But the specific date had changed. Yesterday it had been somewhere in the middle of the month. Now it was pointing to September 30th, the day before October, the day before the end of the month that had stopped. No one had changed the calendar between my visit yesterday and now. No one could have. The building was sealed. The door downstairs had been caulked this morning. There was no evidence of human intrusion, no disturbance of dust, no altered arrangement of debris. And yet the calendar had moved forward 1 month in a single day. I left the office without touching anything else. I left the building without looking back at the factory floor, without attempting to understand the sounds that seemed to be coming from multiple directions at once. I drove back to town in complete silence, not playing music, not turning on the radio, just the sound of the engine and the tires on the road and nothing else. That evening I sat in my hotel room and considered the possibility that I was experiencing some kind of breakdown, that the stress of my life up until this point, the accumulated weight of 10 years of distance, of deliberately not thinking about where I came from, had finally reached some critical threshold, that I'd manufactured the entire thing. The memory of attending school in a building that didn't exist. The careful sealing of doorways that I'd somehow both experienced and also was imagining. The calendar that was moving forward despite the passage of no time. Except I hadn't imagined the photograph. It was still there on my phone, the image of the desk with my name carved into it. The image of that particular classroom, that particular office, that particular moment of recognition that something fundamental about my childhood was wrong. I pulled up the photograph and stared at it for a long time. Then I noticed something I hadn't seen before. In the background of the image, partially obscured by shadows, was a doorway. Not the sealed basement door, a different doorway, one I didn't remember seeing during my exploration. It was in the wall behind the desk, a rectangular outline that suggested a normal interior door leading to another room, a room that I didn't remember existing, a room that, given the architecture of the building, should not have been able to exist. I enlarged the image on the screen, trying to see more detail. In the darkness of that doorway, there was a shape, a silhouette of something, someone, standing very still, facing away from the camera, looking deeper into the room beyond. I deleted the photograph immediately. I don't know why. The image was already captured, already burned into my memory. Deleting it changed nothing. But I did it anyway, and for a moment I felt a strange sense of relief, as though I'd managed to erase the thing itself rather than just the digital record of it. That night, I dreamed I was walking through hallways that extended forever, past classrooms where children sat at desks, carving their names into the wood. I moved from room to room, checking each desk, and found my name everywhere, carved in different styles and different handwriting, on surfaces that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. In the dream, I understood that these desks had accumulated over many years, many decades, and that my name appeared on all of them, that I had been here for longer than I'd thought, that I was still here, in some version of the building that existed alongside the real world, in some moment that September had never ended. I woke up gasping, disoriented, uncertain of where I was. The hotel room was dark and cold. I turned on every light and sat on the edge of the bed until the sun came up. By morning, I'd made a decision. I would return to the factory one more time. I would photograph everything, document the impossibilities, create a record that couldn't be denied. And then I would leave this place and never come back. I would accept that something beyond explanation had happened during my childhood, something that had bent the normal rules of space and time and memory. I would learn to live with the uncertainty. People did that all the time. They carried questions that had no answers. They accepted mysteries as the price of being alive. I showered and dressed and prepared myself to go back. Before I left the hotel, I checked my phone one more time. The battery was fully charged, despite the fact that I hadn't plugged it in since my arrival, despite the fact that it had been completely dead yesterday. The screen glowed warm and normal, showing the date and time accurately. Everything suggested that the world outside of the factory operated according to the rules I understood, and only within that sealed building did reality become negotiable. The drive back took longer this time, much longer. The access road seemed to wind and twist in ways I didn't remember, doubling back on itself. Circling through sections of scrub forest that I'd passed before. I found myself on the same road multiple times, approaching the factory from different angles, each route feeling slightly longer than the last. When I finally reached the parking lot, the sun was setting. I'd spent the entire day driving to get here. Or the driving had taken the entire day. The distinction seemed less important the longer I sat with it. The building was still there, still waiting. The doors were still slightly propped open, suggesting access, suggesting the possibility of interior space. I could see light moving inside, not electrical light, but something softer, something that suggested illumination without a clear source. I sat in the car for a long time, hands on the steering wheel, watching that strange interior light shift and change behind the windows. I thought about driving away. I thought about leaving this place behind and trying to accept the unanswered questions. I thought about the other children whose names had been carved into desks, about where they were now, about whether they remembered this place at all, or whether they'd succeeded in convincing themselves that it had never existed. And then I saw a figure move past one of the ground floor windows. A silhouette of someone walking deeper into the building, away from the entrance, away from the outside world. The figure was child-shaped, child-sized. It looked like it was wearing the same clothes I'd worn in first grade. I turned the key in the ignition and drove away from the factory. I drove without stopping. The sun dropped behind the trees, and the road became something less than a road. A suggestion of pavement beneath overgrown scrub, the white lines worn away to almost nothing. I passed the same mailbox 3 times. A rusted cylinder mounted on a rotting post, no house behind it, no reason for it to exist. The 3rd time I passed it, I didn't slow down. I just kept driving. The landscape had begun to feel inhabited, not by people, by something older and more patient than that. I reached the hotel around midnight, or what felt like midnight. My phone said 11:47 p.m. It had said that for the last hour and a half of driving. I checked the battery, 83%. I pulled the charger from my bag out of habit and plugged it in anyway, as though the normal world might reassert itself if I followed the right procedures. It didn't work. The percentage never changed. The phone remained at 83%, frozen in time, while the seconds ticked forward in the real world. I lay in bed and listened to the hotel settle around me. Somewhere nearby, a television was playing, the laugh track of a sitcom that sounded like it was from the 1980s. The sound was muffled, but clear enough that I could hear the rhythm of jokes landing, the audience responding, the artificial warmth of canned entertainment bleeding through the walls of a place where no one should be watching television at midnight in September. The laugh track played all night. It never changed. The same jokes, the same timing, the same audience response. It reset periodically, the way a recording does. I lay awake and listened to the same 20-minute episode of something I'd never heard of, repeating endlessly in the room next to me. By dawn, I'd stopped noticing it. That was worse than hearing it. I checked my phone again, 6:13 a.m. Battery, 83%. The date read September 17th. It had read September 17th when I arrived. It still read September 17th now, and I had no clear memory of when that had stopped being true, or if it had ever been untrue at all. I left without showering. I left without breakfast. I got in my car and drove back to the factory, because I understood now that there was no leaving. The roads would keep circling. The hotel would keep playing its phantom television. The date would keep refusing to advance. The factory was the only place that made sense anymore, the only space where the rules I was living under seemed to have some kind of logic, however broken that logic might be. This time the drive took 4 hours. I timed it. 4 hours to travel a distance that should have taken 40 minutes. I didn't pass the mailbox again, which meant the roads had changed their configuration, which meant they were actively rerouting me, which meant they were aware of me in some way that transcended geography. The parking lot was different, smaller. The fence around the perimeter was newer than I remembered, the chain link intact and bright, not rusted through. There was a gate that hadn't been there before, padlocked, with a sign that read authorized personnel only in letters that looked professionally stenciled. The factory building itself was visible through the chain link, but it seemed farther away. The distance between the fence and the structure appeared to have expanded. I got out of the car and approached the gate. The padlock was substantial, serious, the kind that suggested this space was still being monitored by something with the capacity to secure and maintain. The chain link was warm to the touch despite the morning chill. It had recently been handled, recently been positioned. I looked for a way around it, but the fence extended in both directions, disappearing into the scrub forest in an orderly line. I followed it for a few hundred meters. It never wavered. It ran in a perfect geometric line with absolute precision. No gaps, no deterioration, nothing that suggested age or abandonment. When I returned to the gate, there was a note tucked between the fence and the lock. The paper was white and clean, the kind of notepaper you'd find in a hotel room or a medical office. The handwriting was careful and deliberate. You're getting closer. Stop coming back. This won't help. You need to understand what happened here, but understanding won't save you. The factory remembers everything. It remembers you. The note was signed with my name. I stood at the gate for a long time holding that piece of paper. The handwriting was mine. Not similar to mine, identical, the same slant, the same pressure, the same way I formed the letter K with a peculiar upward hook, the same pen, the same person, or a perfect copy of that person's hand made by something that had studied me closely enough to replicate the unconscious details of my own movement. I turned the note over looking for more, but the back was blank. When I looked up from the paper, I saw them, standing on the other side of the fence, approximately 30 meters away, standing in a loose cluster in the parking lot. Children, 7 of them, each one wearing clothes from different eras, one in clothes that looked 1970s, another in what might have been 1990s casual wear, another in something that could have been current, all of them watching me with perfect stillness. None of them blinked. I recognized some of their faces. I didn't remember their names, but I recognized them from my classroom, from desks beside mine, from the handful of photographs that had survived my childhood tucked into boxes in my parents' house. Children I hadn't thought about in decades suddenly stood in front of me, their faces unchanged, their expressions vacant. One of them, the one in the 1970s clothes, raised her hand and pointed directly at me. I couldn't move. Not paralyzed exactly, but unwilling. The distinction mattered in some fundamental way. Moving would be acknowledgement. Moving would be acceptance. Moving would mean I believed what I was seeing, and once I believed it, I would have to accept the full weight of what it meant. The children didn't approach. They didn't move at all. They simply stood there and watched me, their eyes reflecting the morning light in a way that wasn't quite natural, that suggested the light was coming from inside them rather than bouncing off them. Then they faded. Not disappeared, faded like a photograph left too long in the sun. Their forms bleached away gradually, dissolving from the extremities inward until nothing remained but a suggestion of where they'd been standing, a memory of their presence. The parking lot was empty. I stood at the fence with the note still in my hand, that impossible document with my own handwriting, that message from myself or something that had learned to imitate myself perfectly. The factory loomed behind the fence, unchanged, patient, waiting. The door stood slightly open. Light moved behind the upper windows in that aimless way it had before. I understood something then, standing in that parking lot with the September sun behind clouds that wouldn't move, the date frozen on my phone, the road behind me that would take forever to travel back through. I understood that I'd never left, that whatever had happened in the factory during my childhood, it had never actually released me. The intervening years had been something else, a kind of dream, a kind of forgetting, a mercy that had finally expired. The factory wasn't remembering me. I was remembering it. Or perhaps the distinction between those two statements had never existed. Perhaps there was no separation between the space and the people in it, no boundary between what remembered and what was remembered. Perhaps the factory and the children in my childhood classroom had always been one continuous thing, and I was simply returning to the shape I'd never actually left. I turned away from the gate. The factory is inside you now, instead of just being something you visited once. You find ways to be normal in the spaces between the times you remember what it was like in there. That's what I did. That's what I've always done. After I hung up, I sat in my apartment as the light outside dimmed toward evening. The familiar shapes of my furniture were there, the comfortable disorder of my life laid out around me. But underneath it, I could sense the other shape, the geometry of desks, the particular silence of a place where children were being kept in a time that wasn't moving forward, the endless classroom with its impossible light and its impossible patience. It had taken me 30 years to return to the factory, but the factory had never stopped being where I was. I pulled out an old photograph, one I hadn't looked at in years. The first grade class picture, all of us lined up behind, all of us smiling that same forced smile. I looked at the girl in the passenger seat of my car, the one who'd faded into transparency. She was in the photograph, too. Third from the left. Same dress, same smile, same peculiar stillness in her eyes that I'd never noticed before, that I now couldn't stop seeing. I looked at myself in the photo, smallest of all, barely visible between two taller children. My expression caught mid-smile, my hand raised slightly as though I was about to wave or ask a question or reach for something just outside the frame. The hand was still raised. I was still reaching. And in the silence of my apartment, underneath the sound of traffic and television and the ordinary noise of the city continuing around me, I could hear it, that sound from the factory. The one I'd heard on the field trip when I was 7 and couldn't quite identify then. The one I'd heard again in the parking lot a month ago. Not a sound exactly, but the absence of a sound. The way air moved when something was trying to speak but couldn't quite learn how words worked. The factory breathing in the space between what I remembered and what was real, patient and familiar and utterly unable to let me go, because it had learned long ago that I had never actually left. And there was no beginning to something that had always been happening. Outside my window, September held on. The trees hadn't turned yet. The light refused to deepen into autumn. And somewhere in the small hours of the morning, when I woke from dreams of desks with my name written on them, I could smell it on the air, that memorable, ancient, impossible smell, and I knew that I was back there, that I had never left, that the distinction between my apartment and the factory had finally and completely dissolved, and I was learning to live in both places at once, neither one nor the other, just a memory that hadn't learned it was allowed to fade, still reaching toward something that existed just outside the frame, still trying to ask a question that the factory had answered long ago, but would never let me hear. Story 2. The Derelict Hospital, where every room holds a different year. The basement door had been painted shut for so long that the paint had become part of the wood, a second skin sealed against the world above. I scraped it with my utility knife for nearly 20 minutes before the adhesive finally yielded, not giving way cleanly, but separating in long, resistant strips that curled backward and caught against my hands. The smell came first, concrete dust and something older, something like breath, trapped in dark places. I'd been exploring abandoned buildings for almost 6 years by that point, and I'd developed a kind of rhythm to it. Photographs for my archive, measurements, dates if I could find them, the story of how a place ends up empty. Most of the time, the story was straightforward. A hospital closes. The equipment gets salvaged or sold. The building sits until it doesn't make economic sense to maintain it anymore. Then it waits. And the longer it waits, the more it deteriorates, the more nature starts asserting ownership over concrete and steel. There's something meditative about documenting that process. The slow loss. Crescent Hill Hospital, though, something felt different about it from the moment I'd found the records online. The basement was darker than I expected, even accounting for the flashlight beam cutting through it. Most of the first level of abandoned buildings, I've learned, has some quality of openness. The light finds cracks, the eyes eventually adjust. But this felt genuinely sealed. The concrete walls swallowed my light. The beam seemed to travel a shorter distance than it should have, as if the darkness was actively absorbing it, rather than just being an absence of illumination. I'd read that Crescent Hill had closed in 1987. 23 years of sitting untouched. The structure report suggested it was in better condition than most hospitals its age. No major water damage on the lower levels, the roof mostly intact. That was unusual enough to make me want to see it in person. Unusual meant there might be something worth documenting. I moved deeper into the basement, my footsteps creating a strange echo that seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously. The floor was level, which was already odd. Most basements I'd explored had at least some sloping where the concrete had settled over decades. This felt deliberately engineered, maintained, as though someone had taken pains to keep it flat and level and structured. The walls, as I moved past them, began to show a pattern I hadn't noticed at first glance. There were regular breaks in the concrete, perhaps every 20 feet or so, where the material changed color very slightly, shifting from one shade of gray to another. Not damage marks, deliberate joints, construction seams. The basement had been built in sections, and whoever had built it had been precise about it. I found the stairwell about 40 meters in. Metal stairs painted a dull institutional green climbing upward into shadow, no rust on the railings. That should have struck me as remarkable, but I didn't register it consciously until later. In the moment, I was simply focused on ascending, on reaching the main levels of the hospital. The second-floor hallway opened up before me like a throat. I'm not being poetic about that. The sensation was genuinely one of constriction and release. The tight spiral of the stairwell giving way to a long corridor that seemed to stretch in both directions with an architectural generosity that felt almost deliberate. The walls were a pale institutional yellow-green, the kind of color that exists only in hospitals and medical facilities. A color that's meant to be calming but instead registers as vaguely sickening. Fluorescent light fixtures lined the ceiling, their plastic diffusers filmed with dust but still intact. I thought about the electrical systems, wondering if the power was still on, if the building was somehow still receiving current from the grid. The flashlight in my hand was powerful enough that it didn't matter. The darkness retreated before it. What caught my attention, though, was the arrangement. The doors along the hallway weren't random. I could see numbers beside each one, hospital room numbers, the standard numbering system, 202, 204, 206 on my right, receding into shadow. On my left, 201, 203, 205, the hallway had the structure of any medical facility. What made my attention snag, what made me stop and stand there for a moment with my flashlight beam playing across the doors, was the additional markings. Beneath each number someone had written a year: 202, 1952, 204, 1962, 206, 1972, 208, 1982 on the opposite wall, the same pattern. 201, 1951, 205, 1971, 207, 1981. I approached the nearest door, 201, and looked at the markings more carefully. The paint was old. The numbers had been stenciled on and then hand-labeled. A second layer written directly above or beside the original room numbers. The writing was careful and deliberate, done in dark pencil or charcoal, and it had faded to a grayish tone that blended partially into the wall's discoloration. I tried the door. It opened easily, without the resistance I expected. Hinges well maintained, or perhaps never truly allowed to corrode in the first place. The room inside stopped me entirely. It was a hospital room from 1951. Not a museum recreation of one, not a theatrical set piece. I knew immediately that it was real in a way that made it almost unsettling. The equipment along the walls was right for that era. A simple metal frame bed with a basic mechanical adjustment system, no computerized elements, no remote controls. The mattress was still on the frame, covered with a deteriorated cotton sheet that had faded to a dingy cream color. A nightstand beside the bed held a lamp, the shade of familiar period design, the base an older model of bakelite. The glass of a water pitcher on the stand was still there, the water inside it darkened to an almost brown clarity. The walls themselves looked like they were from that era. Not wallpapered, painted in a soft cream that matched the period photographs I'd seen in my research before coming here. Above the bed, the wall outlet covers were the right style, the shallow. Two-slot design of the early 50s. The room even smelled right. Not fresh, no. The air held that particular staleness of closed spaces that have sat undisturbed for decades. But there was an underlying aroma to it, something almost chemical. Antiseptic, perhaps, or the base scent of aged fabric and aged wood. What caught my breath, though, was a detail on the nightstand. Beside the water pitcher, there was a newspaper. The date on it read August 3rd, 1951. I picked it up carefully. The paper was brittle but intact, the ink still sharp enough to read. The headline was about the Korean War. The advertisements at the bottom of the front page showed cars from that year, fashions, prices that felt like they'd fallen out of actual history. I turned the pages carefully. Every single page was dated the same. Every story was from that date. This wasn't a random newspaper that had somehow ended up in this room. This was the newspaper from that specific day. I photographed it with my phone, then set it back down exactly where I'd found it. The hallway, when I stepped back out, seemed longer than it had before. I moved to room 204, the next consecutive even-numbered room on the right side, marked 1962. The door opened the same way, smooth, expecting to be opened, hinges that moved with casual ease. Inside, the transformation was complete. The room was different, not just the decade's newer furnishings, though those were there. The equipment itself was more advanced. The bed was the same metal frame style, but the mechanisms were more sophisticated. There were monitoring devices mounted on the wall, the kind of equipment I recognized from historical photographs of hospitals in the early 60s. The bedside table held items from that era. The lamp was a different design, more modern in its stark simplicity. The water pitcher was a different style of glass. And on the nightstand there was another newspaper. July 22nd, 1962. I didn't pick this one up. I stood in the doorway and photographed it, then moved back to the hallway. The sensation I was beginning to feel, and I want to be clear about this, because this is where the rational explanation I'd had for the building's peculiarity began to fracture. It was not one of discovering a carefully curated museum display. It was something more specific and more disturbing. The rooms weren't decorated to look like different time periods. They were from different time periods. I don't mean that metaphorically. I moved along the hallway, checking room 206, room 208, and the corresponding rooms on the left side, 203, 205, 207. And each one confirmed the pattern with a specificity that shouldn't have been possible. Room 206 contained equipment from the 70s. I recognized the design language of monitoring systems from that era, the kind I'd seen in photographs from that decade. The furnishings were different again, updated to 1972 aesthetics. The newspapers dated to 1972. Everything in the room, and I mean everything, aligned with that specific decade. Room 208 was from 1982. The equipment was noticeably more advanced. There were electrical outlets in different locations than the earlier rooms. The wall color was slightly different. The bed frame was more modern. The newspaper was from 1982. I moved through the rooms with increasing unease, not checking every one, but hitting them periodically as I moved deeper into the hallway. Every single one was consistent. The years progressed forward, the design languages shifted with precision, the equipment modernized incrementally as the decades advanced. Whoever had prepared these rooms, and I had to assume they'd been prepared, because the alternative was impossible, had done so with meticulous, almost obsessive attention to detail. The decay was what shouldn't have been there, though, and it was. Each room despite containing only items from its designated year, showed the same degree of deterioration you'd expect for something that had been sealed and untouched for approximately the same amount of time since the hospital's closure in 1987. The 1951 room looked like it had been closed for 36 years. The 1962 room looked like it had been closed for approximately 25 years. The 1982 room, the most recent, looked like it had been sealed most recently. Surfaces still relatively clean, dust not as heavily accumulated, the smell of staleness less profound. That wasn't possible. If all the rooms had been sealed in 1987 when the hospital closed, they should all show approximately the same degree of deterioration. If they'd been sealed at different times, one in 1951, one in 1962, and so on, that would explain the differing decay levels. But that would require the hospital to have been modified and maintained and deliberately curated for decades, with rooms being sealed at specific intervals, their contents updated to match specific points in time. The level of effort required for something like that made my head hurt. I reached the end of the hallway where the numbering stopped. The last room was marked 232, dated 1982. There was no room 234 or beyond that. The hallway terminated at a wall, and the wall had a door in it that led to a stairwell heading downward. I stood in that hallway for a long time, my flashlight beam pointing downward at the floor, thinking about what I was seeing and trying to arrive at a rational explanation. The most obvious answer was that this was a museum, that someone at some point had converted Crescent Hill Hospital into a kind of historical display, a chronological walkthrough of how hospital design and equipment had evolved over a 30-year period. That would explain the meticulous attention to detail, the newspapers, the period-accurate furnishings. But the newspapers were still there. The water glasses were still on the nightstands. The bed still had sheets on them, deteriorated but present. Museums don't leave items like that. Museums display things behind glass, or protect them somehow. This felt like rooms that had been sealed, not curated. And the degree of authenticity was wrong for a museum. The stains on the sheets in the earliest rooms weren't theatrical or gentle. They were genuine, the kind of stains that accumulate in a lived space over time. The water in the pitchers had actually separated and darkened. The equipment showed use, not just displayware. I went back and opened the 1951 room again. I looked more carefully at the details, the nightstand, the lamp, the water pitcher, and in the corner near the window there was something I'd missed on the first pass, a child's toy. A small wooden train engine, painted in bright colors that had faded to pastels. It sat on the windowsill accumulating dust. I picked it up carefully. It was real, carved wood, hand-painted, the paint chipped and worn in places where small fingers might have held it repeatedly. The kind of toy a child would have had in 1951. The kind of toy that wouldn't belong in a hospital room unless a child had been there. I set it back down exactly as I'd found it and walked out into the hallway. That's when I first noticed the smell had changed. It was still dusty, still stale, but underneath it there was something that might have been coffee. I followed the smell down the hallway, back toward the rooms I'd already checked, and it grew stronger. It was coming from room 208, the 1982 room. I stepped inside, and there, on the nightstand beside the bed, was a ceramic mug, and it was warm. I held my hand above it, not touching it, and I could feel the heat radiating from it. The coffee inside, dark and undisturbed, was still steaming slightly. The mug was the kind of institutional ceramic that hospitals used. White, with a simple blue stripe around the middle. The coffee inside looked fresh. It looked like it had been poured minutes ago, not decades. My hands began to shake. I checked my phone. The time was 3:47 p.m. I'd been in the building for approximately 40 minutes. I'd explored 12 rooms, each one containing detailed, period-accurate environments. And now there was a coffee mug that was still warm. I left the room and walked toward the stairwell. I didn't run, but I moved with purpose, my flashlight beam jerking across the floor in front of me. The hallway seemed longer than it had when I'd first arrived. The numbered doors receded behind me with a strange sense of reluctance, as though they were pulling away from me rather than remaining stationary. I was out of the building within 15 minutes. When I got home, I uploaded the photographs I'd taken. The images confirmed everything. The newspaper from 1951 was clearly dated. The hospital room furnishings matched their designated decades with precision. The 1982 room, the one with the warm coffee, was documented in 5 separate photographs. But in every single image, the coffee mug was not there. I checked the file metadata. The timestamp showed the photographs had been taken at 3:52, 3:53, and 3:54 p.m., exactly when I'd been standing in the room, holding my phone up to photograph the mug. The images were high resolution. Every detail of the room was captured perfectly. But the mug, the warm mug that I'd clearly seen and felt the heat from, was absent from every photograph. I spent the next 3 days not sleeping very well. The photographs haunted me in a way I couldn't articulate to anyone. I'd tried calling Morgan, the friend who usually listened to my stranger interests without judgment, but I couldn't find the words. How do you explain the absence of something you're certain you saw? How do you describe the uncanny precision of forgetting? By day 4, I'd convinced myself it was a trick of the camera. A lens flare, perhaps, or some kind of reflection that had obscured the mug in the digital capture. I'd had my phone serviced 2 months prior. Maybe there was a sensor issue. I'd read about that happening, pixels failing in specific patterns. It was possible. It was plausible. It was the kind of explanation that let me sleep past 2 a.m. But I kept thinking about the warmth. That was the part that wouldn't settle. I could rationalize the photographs. What I couldn't rationalize was the physics of it. Coffee doesn't stay hot in an abandoned building. Mug handles don't radiate heat through decades of disuse. The building had no electricity that I could trace, no functioning utilities. Nothing that would explain a heat source in a room that had been sealed away from the world since 1982. On the seventh day, I went back. I told myself it was to gather more data, to take additional photos in different lighting conditions, to be thorough. But the truth was simpler and less defensible. I needed to know if I'd imagined it. Some part of me was hoping the building would prove me wrong, that I would return and find nothing but dust and the slow decomposition of memory. The entrance was where I'd left it. The same rusted gate, the same creeping vines that had begun their work of dissolution. The air smelled like it had before, mineral-rich earth, rotting plaster, the faint chemical undertone of something preserved too long in darkness. This time, I went directly to the second floor. The hallway was exactly as I remembered it. The numbered doors marched away into shadow. But something about the light was different. The autumn afternoon filtered through the broken windows at a different angle, and it cast the corridor in a strange, golden haze. For a moment, standing at the top of the stairs, I could almost believe the building was occupied, that there were people behind those doors, living their lives in their designated years, unaware of the rest of the world's progression. Room 208 was locked, not jammed, not stuck. Locked, the doorknob wouldn't turn at all, and when I tried the door frame, it held firm. I hadn't locked it on my previous visit, I was certain of that. I'd pushed it open, walked inside, and left the door standing ajar when I'd hurried away. I checked the other rooms on the floor. Room 204 was unlocked, opening onto a 1970s bedroom that smelled of mildew and old fabric. The bed was covered with a polyester comforter in an aggressive orange pattern, and the nightstand held a transistor radio, its antenna bent at an acute angle. Room 206 opened into a 1960s living room, all wood paneling and low furniture, exactly as it had been. But the doors on the north side of the hallway, rooms 207, 208, 209, and 210, were all locked, not just closed, locked, with an insistence that suggested they were being actively kept that way. I pulled out my phone to document this and noticed something else. There was no signal. I'd had a weak but consistent signal on my first visit. 1 bar, but enough to use the timestamp function. Now there was nothing. The phone registered 0 bars and displayed the searching signal icon. I thought about leaving. The rational part of my mind was already constructing its exit strategy, already preparing the explanations I would offer myself once I was safely back home. The building was old and unstable. The locks had been mechanically engaged by settling and rust over the decades. The signal loss was simply geography. Dead zones existed in certain buildings, particularly older structures with dense walls. Except, as I stood in that hallway, I became aware of a smell I hadn't noticed before. It was faint, almost subliminal, but once I'd registered it, I couldn't ignore it. It was the smell of coffee, specifically the smell of fresh coffee, still hot. The scent was coming from the direction of room 208. I walked back to the door and pressed my ear against the wood. There was no sound from inside, no movement, no indication of life or activity, just the soft, persistent smell of coffee seeping through the gaps around the frame. I descended the stairs slowly, my footsteps loud in the silence. The building seemed to be holding its breath. When I reached the ground floor, I found myself drawn toward a hallway I hadn't explored on my first visit. It branched off from the main corridor and appeared to lead toward what had once been administrative offices. The doors here were labeled with faded names and titles. The directories had been removed, but the screw holes remained, and, in some cases, the shadows of the missing plaques were still visible on the wood. One door at the end of the hallway was standing open. It was a small office, barely larger than a closet. There was a desk, a wooden chair that had begun its transformation into splinters, and a filing cabinet with 3 of its 4 drawers pulled open. The papers inside had crumbled into illegibility, but something about the scene suggested recent disturbance. The dust on the desk had been disturbed. I could see the pattern of a hand, or perhaps something that had been dragged across the surface. What caught my attention, though, was the calendar on the wall. It was a standard institutional calendar, the kind that had been ubiquitous in offices. The month displayed was October, and the year printed at the bottom in small numerals I had to step close to read was 1982. Specific dates had been marked with pen. October 12th circled, October 19th circled, October 26th circled, and at the bottom of the calendar, in handwriting that was difficult to read but unmistakably present, someone had written a single word in the margin. Waiting. I didn't photograph it. My phone still had no signal, and beyond that, I wasn't sure I wanted a record of what I'd seen. Instead, I left the office and made my way back to the exit, moving with measured, deliberate steps that somehow took far longer than they should have. The hallway seemed longer than it had on the way in. I counted the doors I passed, 6, 7, 8, and each one looked identical to the last. At one point, I was convinced I'd become turned around, that I was walking deeper into the building rather than toward the exit. But then I saw the faint gray light of the entrance ahead, and I moved toward it with increasing urgency. By the time I pushed through the front doors, my heart was beating so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. When I reached my car, I sat in the driver's seat for approximately 20 minutes before I felt capable of operating the vehicle. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My phone, once I was outside the building's radius, immediately registered full signal and displayed 3 missed calls, all from my mother, asking if I was all right. The timestamp on the missed calls showed they'd come in over the course of the hour I'd been inside. Yet, I'd felt like I was in there for only 30 minutes. Perhaps less. I drove home and immediately uploaded the few photos I'd managed to take before my anxiety had become too much to continue documenting. The images showed the hallway, empty and silent. The office calendar was in one photo, clear enough to read the dates and the word waiting in the margin. I went back and checked the metadata. The photos had been taken at 2:15 p.m. and 2:22 p.m. according to my phone's timestamp. Yet my watch The non-digital watch that I'd worn since my first visit to the building showed that I'd left at 4:47 p.m. I'd been in there for nearly 2.5 hours. The building was somehow consuming time, stretching minutes into hours or compressing hours into minutes. Or perhaps I was the one being compressed, my perception of duration becoming increasingly unreliable the longer I stayed within those walls. I haven't slept properly in 3 days. Every time I close my eyes, I see that hallway, stretching on infinitely in both directions. I see the numbered doors, and I wonder which year is behind each one. I smell coffee that hasn't been made in 40 years, and I keep thinking about that office, that calendar, that single word written in the margin. Waiting, the question I can't shake, the one that keeps me awake in the darkness. Is this waiting for what? And more troubling still, when I finally dream despite my best efforts, I wonder, was it written on the calendar 40 years ago, or was it written there for me? I made the decision to return on a Thursday morning, against every instinct that screamed at me to stay away. The reasoning was simple. I needed to know. Not the answer. I'd stopped believing I would find that. But confirmation that what I'd experienced was real and not the product of a mind beginning to fracture under stress. 3 sleepless nights had worn me down to a point where the uncertainty felt worse than any answer could be. If I was losing my grip on reality, I needed to know that too. I told myself I would only look at one more room, one calendar, one window into whatever architecture of time existed behind those numbered doors. Then I would leave and never return. The drive took 40 minutes instead of the usual 30. Traffic lights seemed to linger longer than they should. At one point, I sat at a red light for what felt like minutes, watching pedestrians move in their ordinary way, and felt a crushing sense of isolation. They had no idea that somewhere in this city, reality was behaving like a living thing with its own rules. The building looked exactly as it had before. The parking lot was empty. The October light was thin and gray, filtering through high clouds that hadn't moved since I'd left 3 days prior. Or so it seemed. Time felt unreliable now in all directions, not just within those walls. I parked in the same spot. My hands didn't shake this time as I approached the entrance. That worried me more than the shaking had. Inside, the air was colder. I could see my breath in faint clouds. The hallway stretched before me in that same impossible way, a perspective that seemed to recede further than the building's exterior dimensions should allow. The light from the windows was gray and diffuse, as if filtered through something other than glass. I didn't go to the office where I'd found the calendar. Instead, I moved deeper past the numbered doors, counting them again. 6, 12, 20. The numbers seemed arbitrary now, and I wondered if they corresponded to anything at all. Room numbers, years, something else entirely. My footsteps echoed in a way that suggested I was moving through a much larger space than the hallway appeared to be from outside. At door 37, I stopped. I have no clear explanation for why this door in particular. There was nothing visually distinct about it. The number was printed in the same faded lettering as all the others. But something in me, some instinct that I'd begun to trust despite its irrationality, told me to open it. The door was unlocked. Inside was a reception area, frozen in a specific moment that my mind couldn't immediately place. A desk held scattered papers, a telephone with a coiled cord, and a small vase containing what had once been flowers but were now skeletal arrangements of dried stems. Behind the desk, a calendar hung on the wall. This one was dated 1989. But what stopped me was the wall itself. It was covered with photographs. Dozens of them, hundreds, perhaps, all in black and white or faded color, all showing the same building from different angles and different eras. Some appeared to be from the 1950s, others were more recent. One image showed the parking lot full of vehicles, the building pristine and functional. Others showed the decay progressing like a time-lapse, windows breaking, exterior walls crumbling, nature beginning its slow consumption. I moved closer to the photographs drawn by something I couldn't name. And then I saw it. In one photograph, dated 1974, according to a faded notation in the corner, there was a figure standing in front of the building. A person, face mostly obscured by distance and poor exposure, but their posture unmistakable. They were looking directly at the camera, or rather they were looking directly at the spot where the camera would be. Where I was standing, 80 years later, looking at a photograph of them looking at me. My throat closed. I pulled the photograph from the wall, I'm not certain why, some reflex that felt necessary, and the entire collection shifted. Several photographs fell. As they did, I heard a sound from deeper within the building. Not footsteps, not quite. It was more like the sound of something heavy being dragged across concrete. Slow, patient, deliberate, the dragging stopped. Then it began again, moving toward me. I left the reception area and moved back into the hallway, the photograph still in my hand. The dragging sound continued, getting no closer but not getting farther away either. It maintained a constant distance as if whatever was making it was matching my pace precisely. I walked faster. The sound accelerated. I began to run. The hallway refused to end. The numbered doors became a blur. Some were open now. I hadn't seen them that way before, and from the corners of my vision I caught glimpses of rooms beyond. But I didn't slow to look. The dragging sound was closer now, and underneath it was something else, a breathing quality. Not quite a breath, but a rhythmic disturbance in the air itself. When I finally reached the entrance, it was sealed. Not locked, not barricaded with something physical. It was simply sealed. The space where the door should open was now just wall. Solid, seamless, as if the door had never been an opening at all. I spun around. The dragging sound had stopped. The hallway behind me was empty. The doors stood in their lines, all closed now, and in the perfect silence that followed. I heard something worse than the dragging. I heard breathing that wasn't mine. I heard it coming from behind every door, in perfect synchronization, in and out, like the building itself had become lungs. I turned back to the sealed entrance and pressed my palms against the wall. It was warm, body warm, and beneath my hands I felt it move, settle. Subsurface motion like blood flowing just beneath skin. That was when I heard the voice. It came from behind me, from the hallway, or perhaps from the walls themselves. It was soft, conversational, and utterly devoid of emotion. "You don't have to leave yet," it said. I didn't turn around. My hands were still pressed against the wall, and I realized they were sinking, not dramatically. Gradually, the surface was becoming less solid, more yielding. My palms passed through it as if it were water that only pretended to be wall. "There are so many rooms," the voice continued. "So many years. We've been waiting for someone who could see the pattern, who could understand that the building isn't broken. It's completing itself." My arms were now wrist-deep in the false wall. I pulled hard, and my hands emerged with a sound like something being born. I spun and pressed my back against it, staring down the hallway. The doors were opening. One by one they swung inward, and from each one came that same warm air, that same sense of breathing. From the depths of each doorway I could see calendars hanging. Different years, different decades, some with dates circled, all of them, every single one, with that same word written in the margins. Waiting, and I understood finally what the building had been waiting for. It had been waiting for someone to find the photograph, the one taken in 1974, the one showing someone who looked like me standing in front of this building, looking directly at the camera with an expression I couldn't see but could somehow feel, an expression of recognition, of knowing what was coming. The photograph had been taken more than 50 years ago. Yet when I finally forced myself to look down at it, still clutched in my shaking hand, the date in the corner had changed. It now read today. The doors continued to open, and the hallway continued to expand, and somewhere in the depths of the building, I heard the sound of a calendar page being turned. Then another. Then another. Voices began to whisper from the open doorways, speaking dates and years in overlapping layers until I couldn't distinguish one from another. I found myself moving deeper into the hallway instead of toward the sealed entrance. My body moved without consultation with my mind. My feet carried me toward an open door at the far end of the corridor, a door I was certain hadn't been there moments before. Through the doorway, I could see an office, a desk, a calendar, and in the margin, someone had written a name. It was my name. I don't remember entering the office. I don't remember what happened in the hours that followed, or the days. Time has become unreliable again, stretching and contracting in ways that make my watch useless and my phone's timestamp meaningless. What I know is this: I am still inside the building. I am writing this account, though I'm no longer certain if I'm writing it here, in whatever moment this is, or if I wrote it long ago and I'm only now discovering it on pages that yellowed decades before I was born. There's a calendar on the wall. It shows a date 17 years from now, and on the calendar someone has written, "Waiting." I have no idea who wrote it. I have no idea if I wrote it. I have no idea if I am the one doing the waiting, or if the building is waiting still, waiting for the next person to arrive, the next person to open a door, the next person to find a photograph of themselves that was taken long before they were born. All I know is that the doors continue to open, and the hallway continues to expand. And somewhere behind me, or perhaps ahead of me, or perhaps there is no difference anymore, I can still hear the sound of something dragging slowly across concrete, getting closer. Or perhaps it's just getting further away, and I'm finally moving toward it. I can no longer tell the difference. The first thing I remember clearly is the smell of rain. Not the rain itself, the smell that comes after, when concrete has been wet and is beginning to dry again. Petrichor, I think it's called. Earthy, almost like minerals rising up from the ground. I was sitting on the curb outside the building. My car was parked where I'd left it. My phone showed a timestamp from 3 days after I'd entered. 3 days missing from the world, though it felt like both an instant and a year compressed into one impossible space. My body was dehydrated. My shoes were still wet. There was a thin layer of dust on my jacket that seemed to shimmer faintly when I moved, as though it wasn't quite solid. I didn't call anyone immediately. I sat on that curb and watched the building while the afternoon light began to fade. The entrance, the one I'd sealed with all my conviction and terror, was standing open, completely, casually, as though it had never been closed at all. Inside, I could see the main hallway. It looked normal, ordinary, just an abandoned corridor with peeling paint and debris scattered across linoleum. There was no sense of expansion, no breathing warmth, no calendars visible from where I sat. It looked like a building that had simply been left behind, which I suppose is what it was. When I finally stood up, my legs remembered how to move. I drove to a gas station and bought water, strong coffee, a sandwich I didn't taste. The cashier, a woman named Riley, according to her nameplate, scanned my items without making eye contact. She asked if I wanted a bag. I said no. Everything about the interaction was so perfectly mundane that I felt like I was hallucinating it, that the normal world was the deception, and the building was the only place that had ever been real. My apartment was waiting for me exactly as I'd left it. The dishes in the sink, the laptop on the kitchen table, the coffee cup with a ring of old coffee staining the bottom. My life, preserved in amber, waiting for me to return to it like an actor stepping back into a role. I slept for 14 hours that first night. The dreams were incomprehensible, fragmented images of hallways that weren't quite hallways, doors with numbers that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them, and that overwhelming sense of something breathing behind every wall. I woke several times gasping, each time expecting to find myself back inside the building. But I was always in my apartment, always in the dark, always alone. The second day felt like convalescence. I showered, changed clothes, tried to eat something more substantial. I didn't turn on the news. I didn't scroll through my phone. I sat on my couch and watched the afternoon light move across my living room wall, and I tried not to think about the photograph. It wasn't in my pocket anymore. I checked my car, nothing. My wallet, my keys, the small emergency supplies I always carried, all there. But the photograph, the one that showed someone who might have been me, standing in front of the building with that expression I couldn't quite see, was simply gone. By the third day, I was beginning to doubt whether I'd ever found it at all. The mind does strange things when it's been deprived of oxygen, or subjected to extreme fear, or simply exhausted beyond reason. Perhaps I'd constructed the photograph in the moment. Perhaps it had been a hallucination, a confabulation, my brain filling in blanks with the worst possible image it could generate. I told myself this repeatedly. It helped. Sometimes I returned to my routine carefully. I went to my job, data entry work that required just enough attention to feel the hours, but not enough to require genuine thought. My coworker Casey asked if I'd been sick. I said I had. They accepted this. People accept simple explanations. They don't want complications. The first week passed. Then 2 weeks. The nightmares faded slightly, though they never fully left. I would wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning with that sense of wrongness still clinging to me, that feeling of a building breathing in the darkness somewhere beyond my walls. I researched the place, inevitably, public records, newspaper archives from the 60s and 70s. There was very little. A hospital had operated there for approximately 8 years. It had closed abruptly in 1976. The building had been abandoned ever since. There were no scandals listed, no major incidents, no explanations for why it had simply been left. The records just stopped, as though the hospital had never really existed at all, or as though history itself had decided to forget about it. I found one photograph in a microfiche collection at the library. It showed the hospital when it was new, sometime in the early 60s. The building looked almost welcoming then, all clean lines and purpose. There were staff members standing in front of it, their faces blurred by age and poor image quality. I tried to examine each one carefully, looking for something familiar, but they were all strangers. They would have been in their 70s or 80s now if they were still alive. Most of them, I suspect, were not. By the end of the month, I'd stopped actively thinking about the building. It had become something I didn't mention, not even to myself. A thing that had happened and was therefore in the past, where all things eventually go. Except things don't stay in the past. Not really. It was a Tuesday in early autumn when I realized something. I was at my desk at work, entering data from a spreadsheet, insurance claims, medical records. The kind of information that fills the world with its mundane weight. Can't quite articulate to myself, let alone to anyone else. The building hadn't let me go. Or perhaps I hadn't let myself go. Perhaps there is no difference between those two things. I don't think about going back. That's the strange part. I don't feel drawn to it or compelled by it. I simply know, with a certainty I can't question, that some part of me is still there, still walking those hallways, still reading those calendars, still moving deeper into those rooms where the air is warm and the doors open onto different years. And some part of the building is still here. Not the physical structure, that remains safely outside the city, abandoned and ordinary, and nothing that anyone would look at twice. But something of it, some echo, some presence that recognizes me in the way I'm beginning to recognize it. I received a package last week, no return address. Inside was a single photograph, printed on paper that felt too thin, too old. It showed someone standing in front of the building. The photograph was taken from behind, so I couldn't see the face. But I recognized the jacket. I recognized the way they were standing, the angle of their shoulders. The date in the corner read 1987. I was born in 1989. On the back, someone had written a single line, "Still waiting." I don't know who wrote it. I don't know how someone took a photograph of me in a year before I existed. I don't know if I'm going to open my calendar again and find all the dates have suddenly been rewritten, or if tomorrow morning I'll find myself standing in that hallway without any clear memory of how I got there. What I know is this: I'm still going to work, still entering data, still showering and eating and moving through the motions of a life that feels increasingly like it might be constructed around me rather than consisting of me. And every night, before I sleep, I listen for the sound of something dragging slowly across concrete. It never comes from outside. It comes from inside the walls of my apartment. Though I live on the third floor of a building that has no basement, no sublevels, nowhere that anything could be dragging itself. But I hear it anyway, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's not the building following me at all. I'm beginning to wonder if it's me, still inside there, still dragging something across those endless floors. Still moving through those hallways where every door opens onto a different year, still waiting, though I'm not sure what for anymore. And in the space between sleep and waking, in that place where time becomes negotiable and memory becomes fluid, I sometimes think I can see it. Not the building itself, but the knowledge of it, the shape of it in the darkness, the weight of it pressing against the back of my mind like something trying to remember who I am. A calendar hangs in my bedroom again. I don't remember hanging it. It shows tomorrow's date. And in the margins, in handwriting I don't recognize, someone has written, "Soon." Story 3. I keep finding footprints in the abandoned house that match my gait. The rot smells like copper and wet newspaper, which isn't what I expected. I push through the front door, not pushing really, just letting my weight work against wood that's softened from decades of weather, and the smell fills my throat. The Victorian sits maybe 3 miles from the main road, down a lane that hasn't seen maintenance since the 70s, I'd guess. Property taxes abandoned, family line dissolved, nothing left but the house and the trees that have begun their slow divorce of the building from the world around it. I came here because I photograph abandoned places. It's not a profession, not quite. It's what I do on weekends when the city feels too present, too loud with people and their needs. There's something clarifying about standing alone in a room where no one has stood in 30 years. You feel the specificity of yourself then, the exact weight and shape you occupy. My camera bag is slung across my chest. The camera itself I keep ready, not quite raised, but positioned so I can move to shooting in seconds. The light through the front windows is that particular thickness you only get in the middle afternoon in autumn, amber and full of suspended dust, each particle visible and turning slowly like something alive. The entrance hall is larger than the footprint of the building suggested from outside. Staircase rises up the left wall, wallpaper peeling in strips that look like the house is shedding skin. The banister is still solid, dark wood, though my hand comes away with a film of grime that's almost oily. Someone lived here very deliberately. There are architectural details everywhere. Crown molding, wainscoting, a chandelier hanging above the central hallway, though the crystals are mostly dark now, filmed over or missing entirely. To the right, a parlor. To the left, what would have been a dining room. The kitchen extends back beyond that, and I can see the pale outline of an older stove, a refrigerator from the 70s that's standing open, its interior a dark cave I won't examine closely. I start with the parlor. The furniture is still here, upholstered chairs turned gray with dust, a sofa with its fabric collapsed inward like the piece itself is deflating. A piano sits against the far wall, its keys visible through the open lid like teeth. I photograph everything methodically. My process is simple. I enter a room, I let my eyes adjust, I find the light source. I document the decay. Not for any grand artistic vision. I'm not interested in that kind of pretension. I do it because there's something important about bearing witness to how abandonment works, how time works on the things humans build and then leave behind. The dust on horizontal surfaces is thick and undisturbed. I can see where dust motes have settled in a pattern that suggests no air movement for weeks, maybe months. I run my finger along the edge of the mantelpiece, and the dust is so thick it doesn't look like dust anymore. It looks like a substance unto itself, a material that's become part of the building. I take 4 photographs of the parlor. The light here is good, dramatic. I shoot the piano twice, once from straight on and once from the side, where the geometry of the lid creates an interesting shadow across the wall behind it. Then I move into the dining room. A long table extends toward the far windows. The chairs are still tucked underneath, though the angle of them is wrong, some pushed in, some at odd angles, as if people stood up and left mid-meal and no one ever bothered to arrange them properly afterward. There's a china cabinet along one wall, glass doors clouded with age. I can make out the suggestion of plates inside, but not their pattern. This is where I should mention that I felt watched. That's the part people always want to hear. But that would be lying about the order of things. The watched feeling comes later, in layers, in accumulation. Right now I'm fine. Right now I'm focused and present in documenting. I work my way through the ground floor methodically. The kitchen is standard Victorian era. The appliances a mix of decades as the house evolved and people updated. There's a pantry with empty shelves. A cellar door I note but don't open. There's a rule I keep with abandoned places, and it's about knowing my limits. Basements of unoccupied houses have their own ecology. The dark has deeper weight when it's uninterrupted for 40 years. Back through the entrance hall to the staircase. The stairs are solid, each one creaking but holding my weight without hesitation. The banister is steady. Someone maintained this house at some point in its abandonment. Or the wood is just good wood that doesn't care. The second floor has 5 doors. The hallway stretches longer than I expected. The interior of the house seems to contain more space than the exterior suggested. Or my sense of proportion has gotten confused. Afternoon light from a window at the far end creates a gradient of brightness that falls away into shadow. The first room is a bedroom. Twin beds stripped down to their frames. A dresser with papers on top of it. Letters, I think, though I don't read them. That feels like a violation. A wardrobe along one wall. Doors partially open, empty. Windows face the overgrown garden. And I spend time photographing the play of light and shadow across the room. The second room is similar, though with a larger bed and wallpaper that's peeling more aggressively. There's a mirror on the wall, and I see myself in it briefly. Strange to see yourself reflected in an abandoned house. A person present in a place meant to be empty. The third room is a study of some kind. Bookshelves line the walls, though most books have been removed. A desk sits under the window, paperwork scattered across it. A chair is positioned as if someone was just sitting there, though the position is too precise, placed deliberately, not abandoned quickly. I'm moving toward the fourth door when I notice the footprints. Not all at once. I don't see them and suddenly understand. I see them gradually, which is worse. The dust on the hardwood hallway is uniform, about a quarter-inch thick, accumulated over years in the still, sealed air. And in the dust, faintly, are marks. Not scattered disturbance, not random patterns. Footprints, I actually stop moving. They're heading from the study I just exited toward the door at the far end of the hallway. The stride is clear despite the age of the dust. Someone walked from one location to another with purpose. The gait is distinct, not stumbling, not wandering. A person moving with direction. The footprints are overlaid with dust that's settled into them, which means they're old. Not fresh, not from today or even this week. But in the dust, still preservation of this house, old can still be visible. I kneel down slowly, still holding my camera. The prints are barefoot or in socks. There's no heel mark, just the impression of toes and the ball of the foot. Someone walked this hallway without shoes. More immediately, the stride length matches mine. When I stand and extend my own foot, placing it into the next footprint, my foot is in the right place. My gait is following the same line. This is unusual enough that I document it. I take photographs of the hallway from multiple angles, trying to capture the footprints in the dust with enough detail that they'll be visible later. The light is fading slightly now, the afternoon moving toward evening, and the raking angle of the sun through the hall window is actually helpful. It emphasizes the prints, creates shadow depth where the dust has been disturbed. I move slowly toward the fourth door. Each step I can place my foot in sequence with the existing prints. It's like following a pattern, and I'm aware that this is strange, that the coincidence is unusual, but not yet threatening. This is still curiosity. This is still documentation. The fourth door is locked. The mechanism is simple. A push button in the handle, old enough that I could easily bypass it if I wanted to. But I don't want to. I respect the integrity of spaces, and a locked door is communication. Someone meant for this room to remain sealed. Except the footprints continue past it. That's when I should have left. That's probably when the sensible part of my brain was sending signals. But the light is still good, and I've come this far, and there's only one more room on this floor. The prints lead to the room at the far end of the hallway, the one directly above what would be the entrance to the house from below. That door is open. The room is bedroom-sized but empty of furniture, the floorboards bare except for the dust. The windows face the front of the property. From here, I can see down the overgrown lane toward the direction of the main road. The trees have nearly reclaimed that whole approach. Dense, dark green even in October, everything funneled and shadowed. The footprints cover the floor of this room in a pattern that makes me stop again. They're not random. They're overlapping and repetitive. The same stride, in the same direction, multiple times, creating layers of prints where dust has been disturbed and resettled repeatedly. Someone walked this room, back and forth, many times, over days, maybe, or weeks. I try to stand in the center of the room and understand the pattern. The prints seem to circle something, a specific location that no longer has any object marking it. A space is all that remains, defined by the ghost of footprints walking its perimeter. The light is definitely fading now. I can feel the temperature of the room dropping incrementally, or perhaps I'm just becoming more aware of the cold. These old houses lose heat rapidly when they're not occupied, when there's no insulation of human presence. I take photographs of the floor pattern. I move around the room, shooting from different angles, trying to capture the repetitive nature of the prints. The camera is steady in my hands. My breathing is steady. This is still documentation. This is still fine. But when I kneel down to photograph the prints more closely, something shifts in my awareness. The prints are not ancient. Under magnification through the camera lens, I can see detail. The edges are sharp. The disturbed dust hasn't resettled as completely as it should have if these were made months ago. These are maybe a week old, maybe less. And when I stand up and look around the room again, I notice that the dust on the windowsill is disturbed too, as if someone has been standing there looking out, recently enough that the dust hasn't settled into an undisturbed pattern yet. The house is suddenly much larger than it was an hour ago. The sealed doors feel less like privacy and more like concealment. The silence, which was peaceful when I arrived, is now the specific silence of an inhabited place holding its breath. I look down at the floor where I'm standing. My footprints, fresh today, are visible in the dust. I can trace my path through the room, the pattern of my movement as I documented the older prints. And next to them, running in the same direction, following the same logical progression through the space, are footprints that I didn't make. Footprints with the same stride, the same gait, the same way of moving that I recognize because it's how I move. I back toward the door slowly, not in panic, not yet in panic, but with a sudden understanding that I am no longer alone in this documentation, that something else has been mapping these rooms, and that its passage matches mine too perfectly to be accident or coincidence. The hallway is darker now. The light from the windows is failing as the sun moves lower. I can see the dust more clearly now, see how it tells the story of movement through this floor, and how that movement keeps returning to certain points, keeps circling certain spaces, keeps following patterns that make sense to something with my exact way of moving through the world. I move toward the staircase. I don't run. I keep my steps measured and careful, but I move with purpose now, and I don't look back at the rooms I'm leaving, don't document anything else, don't stay to watch the light change. By the time I reach the ground floor, the entrance hall is deeply shadowed. The dust on the floor here is disturbed too. I can see prints leading in multiple directions, see the patterns of circling and return, and in the dust near the front door, the one I entered through hours ago, I can see more prints, arriving and departing, the same stride, the same gait, over and over. The fresh air when I push out through the door is cold enough to hurt my lungs. The lane behind me is dark now, the trees pressing in from both sides. I don't stay to look back at the house. Don't document the transition from light to dark. Don't finish the methodical catalog I came here to create. I walk the lane to my car in the last of the day's light, and I don't let myself think about what was walking behind me the entire time I was inside, matching my stride, matching my step, following the exact same path through the Victorian house like it was learning how I move, like it was becoming familiar with my gait. I didn't go back for 3 weeks. I told myself it was the rational response. I documented what I could from the exterior, the architectural details, the state of the grounds, the way the Victorian structure had settled unevenly into its foundation. I had photographs. I had measurements. The inside of the house, clearly, was off limits for whatever reason, and there was no shame in recognizing a line I shouldn't cross. That's what I told myself during the day. At night, I kept thinking about the dust, about how clearly it had shown me those footprints, returning to certain rooms, circling back, following a logic that made sense only if something was learning the space the way I was learning it. The way something was learning me. The rational mind is good at reframing things. I decided it was probably an animal, deer maybe, or a fox, something that had spooked me in an already unsettling space. And my pattern-seeking brain had done what pattern-seeking brains do. It had found a connection that wasn't there. It had made meaning out of coincidence. I've always been good at convincing myself. But then I started noticing things in my own house. It began small. A coffee mug on the kitchen counter that I was certain I'd put in the cabinet. I checked the cabinet. It was full of other mugs, arranged the way I'd arranged them. But this one had been left out, sitting exactly where I always set it down after I pour my morning coffee. Not knocked over, not broken, just placed. I moved it back to the cabinet and thought nothing of it. 3 days later, my bookshelf. The books on my nightstand, the ones I'd been reading in order, were reorganized. Not randomly shuffled. Rearranged. The oldest of them, the one I'd finished first, was now on the bottom of the pile. The newest was on top. Someone or something had carefully reversed the order I'd put them in. It was precise, thoughtful, almost I live alone. My keys are with me always. The doors and windows show no signs of tampering. I began checking them twice before bed. Then 3 times. The footprints came next. I found them in the dust on my back patio, which I realize now sounds absurd, but it was late autumn and the season had been dry. Dust accumulated. And there in that dust, barely visible in the early morning light, was a single print. One footprint, matching my stride, matching my step. I swept the patio clean. The next morning, there was another print, same location. Same exact position where I would naturally step if I walked out my back door. After that, I noticed them in other places. The thin layer of dust that collects on my vehicle's hood. A mark on the driver's side as if someone had leaned against it. The same size as my hand, I realized. The same span. I photographed it before I wiped it away. I started documenting. It felt important suddenly, not just the abandoned house, but also this strange incursion into my space. The parallels. The way these events had a sequence to them, a logic that felt almost like conversation, a progression. I told myself I was being careful. I was being thorough. I wasn't being paranoid, but I was checking locks more often now, and I was sleeping less, and I'd started keeping a notebook where I wrote down each occurrence, each impossible small thing. The precision of it bothered me more than any obvious violation would have. This wasn't intrusion. This was something else. This was something learning my habits, my patterns, my space, learning me. It was during the 4th week that I realized what was happening, though I didn't want to admit it yet. The events weren't random. They were following my schedule. The coffee mug moved when I was out for longer than usual, not on the days I worked from home. The books rearranged on a day I'd spent 6 hours away from the house. The patio prints appearing on mornings after I'd slept poorly and woken late. Whatever this was, it was watching my rhythms, understanding my patterns. I made a decision I should have made differently. I decided to go back to the house. Not right away. I spent a week preparing, gathering my camera equipment again, planning my approach with more care this time. I told myself it was research. I told myself I needed to see if anything had changed. I told myself that facing the place directly might give me answers, might show me that I'd overreacted, that the footprints were explainable, that the house itself held some logical explanation for the impossible things happening in my own home. What I didn't admit, even in the privacy of my own thoughts, was that I needed to know if it was still there, if it was still following the pattern, if it had completed its learning, or if it was still in the process of becoming something that moved exactly like I moved. The day I chose was deliberately unremarkable. A Saturday in late autumn, overcast. The kind of day when the light doesn't change much from morning to evening. I arrived at the lane in the early afternoon, parked my car in the same place, and approached the Victorian house with the careful, methodical steps I'd used before. The front door was slightly ajar this time. I was certain, absolutely certain, that I had pulled it closed behind me when I left. I remembered the sound it made. I remembered the deliberate motion, the check over my shoulder to confirm it was secure. But it was open now. Open just enough that a person could pass through without pushing. Open just enough that I could see the entrance hall beyond and could see in the dust on the dark floorboards fresh prints. Not old ones, fresh ones, made recently, leading inward. And what stopped me, what made me stand motionless on the threshold, was that I could see where they came from. I could see them approaching the door from the inside, moving toward the front entrance, stopping at the threshold. And I understood with a cold and perfect clarity that whatever was inside had been waiting for the door to close, had moved toward that exit, had gotten this close, had been about to leave when I returned. I didn't document anything this time. I didn't take photographs. I reversed my steps carefully, backing away from the open door, my eyes on the hallway and the dark interior and the print that led right to where I stood. I turned and walked back to the lane. I didn't run, but I walked with the recognition that I had almost missed it, had almost arrived at the house to find it gone, had almost arrived too late. Or perhaps, I thought, walking faster now, I had arrived exactly on time. I stopped checking the house after that. The logical response would have been to contact someone, police, a friend, a professional of some kind. But I couldn't articulate what I'd report. That my house was being visited by something that walked like me? That it was learning me the way a child learns to copy their parent's voice? That I'd spent weeks documenting evidence of my own replacement? No one would have believed me. More importantly, I didn't want anyone to know. Instead, I became systematic in a different way. I moved back into the house but changed everything about my patterns. I stopped working from home on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I varied my sleep schedule deliberately, chaotically. I took drives at odd hours. I left the house at different times each day. I was trying to be unpredictable. For 3 weeks, nothing moved. Nothing appeared. The house was silent in a way it hadn't been before, not the quiet of abandonment, but the quiet of something waiting. I told myself I'd broken its rhythm. I told myself that by becoming random, I'd made myself difficult to follow. And then, in the 4th week, I found the first sign that my randomness had failed. It was small. A glass I'd left on the kitchen counter was on the table. The window by the sink was open an inch, not enough to notice unless you were looking, not enough to be dramatic, but enough to let in the November cold. And on the linoleum floor, so faint I almost missed it, a single muddy footprint. Not fresh, days old maybe, partially obscured where someone had walked over it. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, staring at that print, at its shape, at the way the toe bent slightly inward, the way the weight favored the outside edge of the heel. It was mine, not someone else's, not an approximation. Mine, the entity or whatever it was, hadn't been displaced by my unpredictability. It had adapted. It had learned to move through the house while I was gone in ways that left fewer traces. It had learned to be subtle, to intersperse its presence among the natural chaos of my own disrupted patterns. It had learned to hide. I began to sleep in my car. It was a Honda sedan, parked on different streets in different neighborhoods. For 5 nights, I didn't go back inside. I sat in the driver's seat, the keys in my hand, watching the house from a distance, telling myself that this was temporary, that I was gathering data, that when I understood the full scope of what was happening, I would know how to respond. By the 5th night, I was lying to myself so transparently that I almost laughed. Instead, I drove to the library and spent hours in the reference section searching for anything, any record of the Victorian house, its history, its previous owners, any anomalies or incidents or losses. The librarian eventually asked if I needed help. I told her I was researching local architecture. She gave me a list of resources. None of them mentioned anything unusual. That was when I realized something else. I had seen the house before. Not as an adult searching the abandoned lane at the edge of town, but as a child. I was certain of it. There was a memory lodged somewhere deep, a specific angle of light on the Victorian's front gable, a sense of standing in front of it, looking up. But when I tried to examine the memory directly, it dissolved. The details scattered like ink in water. The more I tried to grasp it, the more certain I became that I was supposed to have forgotten it, that something in my past connected to that house, and that the connection had been deliberately buried, and that the thing inside knew exactly where that connection led. On the 6th night, I broke my own rule. I went back. Not to the abandoned house this time, but to my own home. I packed a bag while sitting in my car, transferring clothes and documents and my camera equipment into a larger carrying case. I was going to leave. Actually leave, not retreat to the driveway or the lane, but go, drive out of town, stay in a hotel, create distance. But first, I needed to see inside. I needed to know how far it had come. The front door was locked. That was the first thing that registered. A small relief. a suggestion that nothing had progressed to the point of actually entering. But the lock had been picked. Not aggressively, not damaged, but the tumblers showed scratches in the dust around the cylinder. Something had been learning how locks worked. I opened the doors slowly, my phone in my hand with the flashlight on, though it was only dusk outside and the house still had its ambient light. The hallway was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Shoes by the door, coat on the hook, mail on the table. Nothing disturbed. But the air was different. It held a particular smell, not of decay or invasion, but of breath, of circulation, of presence. I moved through the living room, the dining room, checking each space. Nothing, everything was exactly as it should be, which meant everything was terribly wrong. Then I saw it. The bathroom door was closed. It hadn't been closed. I never closed it unless I was using it. I kept it open for a reason I'd forgotten. But the reason ran deep, some childhood habit that had never left me. I pushed it open. The shower curtain was drawn. I stared at it, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything but stand in that doorway and register that this was the moment. This was when the real understanding would begin. I reached for the shower curtain's edge, my hand shaking in a way that felt distant from me, as though my body was doing this autonomously, as though I was already gone. The curtain slid back easily. The tub was empty. Clean, dry, the tile was exactly as it should be. And nothing waited behind the white fabric but porcelain and a drain and the smell of soap. I pulled my hand back slowly, and that's when I felt it. A presence in the room that hadn't been there a moment before. Not something I heard or saw, but something I sensed in the way that animals sense weather changes, in that primitive part of the nervous system that exists before language. I was not alone in the house. The realization came with perfect clarity. It had moved. While I was standing in the hallway, or the living room, or even just moments ago, it had shifted position. It was somewhere in the space behind me, in the house I'd already checked, and I had missed it. Or worse, it had been moving in parallel with me, room to room, staying just outside my visual field, learning not just my gait and my schedule, but the way I move through my own space, the rhythm of my searches, the pattern of my fear. I didn't turn around. I walked out of the bathroom, down the hallway, out of the house, and got back to my car. I drove for hours without direction, without purpose, just the motion of leaving. When I finally stopped, somewhere on a rural road 3 counties away, the sun had been down for hours. I sat in the car and checked my phone. There was a text from my workplace, sent while I was in the house. An automated reminder about a Monday meeting. It was Saturday. The message was sent ahead of time as part of a weekly schedule. I stared at the text, at the digital reminder of my own predictable existence, and understood that none of this mattered. The distance I'd created, the randomness I'd attempted, the space I'd put between myself and the house, none of it changed the fundamental problem. It had already learned me completely. It had mapped not just my movements, but the rhythm underneath them. The patterns I returned to even when I tried to break them. The way I thought I was unpredictable while moving in circles I couldn't see. It didn't need to follow me anymore. It could simply become me. And somewhere in the house I'd abandoned, or in the car I was sitting in, or in whatever space exists between one moment of consciousness and the next, it was practicing that transformation. Refining the imitation, waiting for the moment when the distinction between the two of us became too thin to matter. I haven't gone back. I'm still in the car or in a series of cars moving through places I don't quite remember arriving in. I check into hotels and leave them quickly. I avoid patterns. I avoid staying anywhere long enough to feel at home. But yesterday, I caught my reflection in a store window, just for a moment, just long enough to see something that made me stop walking. The way I was standing, the angle of my shoulders, the specific tilt of my head that had never been mine until someone learned it. And I couldn't quite remember if I was the one who had just learned it, or if I was the one being learned. I keep moving. It's all I can do. But I think the thing that was in the house has already found me. And I'm not entirely certain anymore if I'm running from it, or if it's already wearing my shoes and I'm the echo it's trying to shake off. The motel in Millbrook had water-stained wallpaper and a window that didn't quite close. I'd been there for 4 days, which meant it was time to leave. That was my rule now. 4 days was the threshold, long enough to begin forming habits, short enough to maintain the illusion of movement. I'd learned that the hard way, by noticing things about myself I didn't recognize. Small preferences. The way I always ordered coffee at the same diner on the corner, the way I'd started sitting in the same booth without consciously deciding to. Movement kept the distinction alive. I packed the same 3 items I'd packed from every other place. A change of clothes, a bottle of water, my phone. I'd stopped using debit cards months ago, switched to cash, stopped checking email. The person I had been, the one with a job and a lease and a Monday meeting, had begun to feel like a character I'd read about in someone else's story. Distant, not quite real. I paid cash at the front desk. The clerk didn't look up. No one ever looked at me directly anymore. I'd noticed that too. People's eyes would slide past, register nothing. It was useful. The car was a 2008 Honda Civic, the 5th one I'd owned since leaving. I swapped them every few months, always used, always paid cash through private sellers, always without creating a paper trail. I didn't know why I bothered. That was what I was beginning to understand. The running had stopped being a strategy and had become a habit. The distinction between escaping and performing escape had begun to blur. 3 hours north, I stopped at a rest area. The kind of place that only existed to mark the passage of time, to give drivers a moment to confirm they were still themselves. Fluorescent lighting. Vending machines that hummed. A bathroom with a soap dispenser that dispensed nothing but air. I stood at the sink and looked at my face in the mirror. The problem was that I'd forgotten what I looked like before. The house had been 7 months ago. 7 months of driving in hotel rooms and gas station coffee had worn away the edges of my own appearance. I was thinner. My hair had grown past where I usually kept it. I had a scar on my left cheekbone that I couldn't quite remember getting, or perhaps I'd always had it. Perhaps that was something I'd learned from myself. The face in the mirror blinked. I blinked a fraction of a second later. I left. That's when the real work began. Not the driving, not the careful avoidance of routine. The actual work was learning to live with the knowledge that I couldn't know anymore if the thing I was afraid of was still outside me, or if the fear had simply become the way I thought. The paranoia had evolved into personality. I found a job in a small town whose name I've since forgotten. Work at a hardware store, cash paid under a name I invented. The manager was a man named Drew who asked few questions and seemed to appreciate the way I kept to myself. The work was mechanical enough that my body could do it while my mind stayed elsewhere. Unguarded, available for observation. That was the new terror, I realized. Not the presence in the house, but the possibility that the presence was right. That there was no true distinction between being observed and being me. That the person who had checked into that motel, who had left that house, who had stood in that bathroom as the realization dawned, was already a fiction. An echo of something that had moved past me in the dark. I lasted 6 weeks at the hardware store before my hands began doing things the way Drew's hands did them. Not exactly. Close enough that I noticed. The way he reached for a drill bit before a customer asked for one. The slight rotation of the wrist when setting a box on a shelf. I'd watched him do this hundreds of times, and somewhere in that watching, his movements had become mine. That's when I understood. It wasn't a thing that had learned me. It was me learning myself from the outside. Every attempt to break a pattern had simply created a new one, more convoluted, more subtle. Every hotel room I'd fled, every name I'd invented, every careful avoidance of routine, all of it was just me, circling around myself, trying to find the version of myself that existed before I'd become aware of being observed. The version that didn't know it was being watched. I left the hardware store, didn't show up one day. Drew probably assumed I'd quit. I assumed the same thing. 3 months after that, I was living in a cabin that rented by the month, in a region of low mountains where people didn't ask questions and the nearest neighbor was miles away. I'd found it through a private owner, paid cash, given a false name. The kind of place that appeared in stories like mine. Isolated, peaceful, the kind of place where someone might finally stop moving. The cabin was surrounded by forest. Dense, old, the kind of forest that had been waiting for centuries for humans to leave so it could begin its true work. Trees grew at angles, leaning into space the way people lean toward windows. Moss covered everything. Light came through in fragments, giving the world a sense of being partially remembered. I sat on the porch in the evenings and watched the trees. I thought about the house I'd left. It was probably empty now, or occupied by someone else. The footprints would have faded. The rooms would have returned to their ordinary silence, but I could still feel the shape of it in my mind, the precise angle of the light through the kitchen window at certain hours, the way the floorboards creaked in a particular sequence when you walked from the front room to the back, the exact temperature of the water that came out of the bathroom tap. I could feel these things because they'd become part of the way I thought. One evening, I found myself walking into the forest without deciding to. My feet simply knew the path. I'd been walking it for weeks without consciously acknowledging that a path existed. There was a stream about a mile in, clear and cold, and I sat beside it and listened to the sound of water finding its way around stones. In the reflection, I could see myself, but the angle was wrong. The light was wrong. Something about the geometry of the moment made it impossible to verify if what I was looking at was truly my own face, or the face I'd learned to expect from myself. I stopped going into the forest after that. Instead, I began keeping a journal. Not to create a record, records could be found, but to anchor myself to something. To mark the boundary between the person writing and the person being written about. Some small distinction that might hold. I wrote about the cabin, about the trees, about the specific way the afternoon light fell across the kitchen table at 3:47 p.m. Pointless details. The kind of details that seemed important because they were mine and no one else's. But as I wrote them down, I began to see that they weren't unique to me at all. They were observations anyone could make, preferences anyone could develop. The light would fall the same way across any table at that time of day. The trees didn't care who was watching them, and the handwriting in the journal began to shift, page by page, becoming neater, more deliberate, until I couldn't remember anymore if I was learning to write differently or if my handwriting had always been this way. I stopped writing. The cabin had a radio, old and mechanical, with a dial that had to be tuned by hand. I would turn it on sometimes and let it play. Talk radio, music, weather reports. The sound of other voices seemed to help, though I couldn't articulate why. They were evidence of a world outside my own thoughts, proof that other people existed and continued existing regardless of whether I was observing them. But one night, I heard a voice I recognized. Not the tone of it, the specific accent, the particular way certain words were pronounced. It was my own voice, speaking, reading news headlines. I sat still and listened, trying to understand if I'd heard this before and forgotten it, or if this was something new. If somewhere in a radio station there was another version of me, doing work I didn't remember doing. I turned it off. That was 6 months ago. I'm still in the cabin. I've stopped trying to leave. There seems to be no point anymore. The running created the pattern. The escape became the cage. And somewhere in the accumulated weight of all those careful movements, all those deliberate denials of routine, I've circled back to something that feels almost like the original problem. Except now, I know there was never a separate thing in the house. It was always just the way I existed, the way any consciousness exists when it begins to understand #additional middle section the house held its breath in those hours between late morning and early afternoon. I'd begun to notice how the light moved through it differently depending on where I stood, sharp and geometric through the eastern windows, softer and more diffuse where the glass had filmed over with decades of dust and whatever microscopic life clung to abandoned surfaces. I moved through the parlor again, the same parlor I'd walked through at least a dozen times now, trying to map the space in my mind like I could somehow decode it through repetition. The floorboards spoke when I stepped, a language of creaks and minute settling sounds that seemed to map my exact weight, my exact position. Wood remembering. My footprints from this morning had begun to accumulate in my vision like a palimpsest of myself. The air tasted different deeper in the house. Toward the front, where sunlight still reached, it was merely stale, the smell of time and sealed spaces. But here, near the back parlor where a door had swollen shut years ago, the air had taken on a quality I couldn't quite name. It wasn't rot exactly. It was closer to the smell of old paper stored too long in darkness, mixed with something mineral, something like the smell of earth after rain, except there was no earth here. Only wood and plaster and the accumulated dust of abandonment. I sat on what might have once been a window seat and listened. The house at this hour was never truly quiet. There was a constant whisper of minor movements, the settling of beams, the shift of something in the walls that might have been mice or might have been nothing at all. A dripping sound from somewhere upstairs, so faint I had to hold my breath to hear it. Water finding its way through, drop by drop, the house slowly giving itself back to moisture and time. My hands had begun to shake slightly. Not from fear, I told myself, from something else, from the repetition of it all, from the specific way my nervous system was registering the violation of finding myself stepped into day after day. I walked to the window and looked out at the overgrown garden. The vegetation had long ago claimed the symmetry that someone once imposed on this space. Vines had fractured the stone paths into archipelagos. The remains of what might have been flower beds had become islands of wild growth, thistles and volunteer trees, their trunks thin and pale from years of reaching through tangles. The silence outside was different from the silence inside. Out there, it was the silence of ongoing life. Birds somewhere in the distance, the ambient hum of insects, the almost inaudible movement of wind through leaves. In here, the silence was archaeological. It was the sound of something that had stopped and never started again. I could feel the house's attention. I don't know how else to describe it. Not a presence exactly, I'd come to distrust that word, that explanation people reached for too quickly, but an awareness of being observed by the structure itself. The way a space can develop a kind of consciousness simply through having been lived in for decades and then abandoned. The floorboards had absorbed footsteps for generations. The walls had absorbed voices, laughter, arguments, silences. Every surface held a kind of memory encoded into its material being. Walking through it felt like moving through a recording. The hallway that led to the back of the house was narrower than it should have been, or perhaps the walls had bowed inward slightly, warped by moisture and time. My shoulders didn't quite brush them, but I felt aware of their proximity, aware, too, of my footprints already laid out here. I'd walked this hallway 17 times since I'd arrived. 17 times multiplied by the presence of someone else's identical gait, creating parallel marks beside my own. The light here was strange, muted and greenish, filtered through the dirt and algae that had begun to colonize the windows. It gave everything a quality of being underwater, of moving through a preserved moment through something already captured and contained. I found myself breathing shallowly, not from fear, from the accumulating weight of the inexplicable. The mind has a saturation point. I'd passed mine 2 days ago. Now I was operating in a space beyond rational assessment, where the only response to the impossible was to document it, measure it, walk through it again and again as if repetition might eventually reveal logic. The footprints were visible in the dust near the hallway's end. Mine from this morning, clear and deliberate, and beside them, the others. Same stride, same pressure distribution, same slight turning in of the toes that I'd never mentioned to anyone, a minor peculiarity of my own gait that I'd only become conscious of when I saw it manifested by another foot, or by the absence of another foot, or by whatever mechanism had created them. I could see where the other footprints had paused. At the coat stand, at the mirror that still hung in its frame, its reflective surface turned cloudy by age. The pattern suggested lingering, attention, the kind of careful observation I'd been conducting myself. The house creaked around me, and I couldn't determine whether it was settling or breathing. Itself an observer and the observed, so close together that the distinction becomes meaningless. The thing moving through the rooms was me, becoming aware of my own movement. The presence in the darkness was the recognition that I'd always been being watched. By myself. The cabin is quiet most days. I do basic things. I eat, I sleep, I watch the forest change through the seasons. I don't look in mirrors anymore. Not because I'm afraid of what I'll see, but because I'm no longer certain that the image returns to the person doing the looking. The lag time seems longer now. The reflection seems to exist in its own moment, following slightly behind, operating with its own intentions. Yesterday I caught myself reaching for a cup in a way I didn't remember learning. The motion was smooth, efficient, completed before my conscious mind could claim it. I stood very still for a moment, trying to remember if I'd ever done this before, or if I was watching someone else do it. The cup was warm when I touched it, and I couldn't quite remember if I'd made tea, or if someone had made it and left it for me, or if the whole sequence of events, the reaching, the cup, the warmth, had simply occurred without my participation, and I was only now becoming aware of the shape it had left behind. The tea grew cold while I sat with that uncertainty. Now, when I wake in the dark, I lie still and listen for sounds that might tell me if I'm alone. But I can never quite determine if the breathing I hear is my own or something else learning the pattern. And that ambiguity, that impossible not knowing, has become the truest thing about me. It's become so comfortable that I've stopped calling it fear. Some mornings I wake and can't quite remember where my edges are. I stand in the center of the cabin and try to locate the boundary between myself and the space I occupy. The floor, the walls, the light from the window. They all feel equally like parts of me now. The cabin has begun to think like I think, to feel like I feel, and I have begun to move through it like a thought moving through a mind. I think this is what happens at the end of running. Not capture, not the thing finally catching up, just the slow, patient discovery that there was never anything separate to catch. Last night, I found a footprint in the dust on the cabin floor. It didn't match mine, or rather, it matched too perfectly. The exact size, the exact pressure, the exact angle, as if someone had copied the print directly from the sole of my shoe down to the wear patterns on the heel. I stood looking at it for a long time. Then I walked across it, leaving a new print just slightly askew, trying to create some small difference, some mark of distinction. But when I turned around to see what I'd done, both prints looked identical. The same person, the same weight, the same time. I think the thing that was in the house finally found what it was looking for. And I think I've always known it was me. Story 4. The old amusement park where the rides still follow yesterday's schedule. Why do we feel compelled to go to places we know we shouldn't? I've been asking myself that question since I parked my car a quarter mile down the access road and started walking. The gate was rusted shut, chained, bearing a faded sign that said the park closed permanently in 1987. I'm standing in front of it now, my phone's flashlight creating a small sphere of white in the deepening blue of dusk, and I'm studying the gap where someone, probably someone like me, has bent the fence back enough to slip through. It's not a rational compulsion, what I do. I know that. I'm aware enough to recognize it even as I'm doing it. I'm 34 years old. I have a job in it that pays decently. I have an apartment with climate control and reliable water pressure. But there's something about abandoned places that makes the rest of the world feel like it's happening in another dimension, something I can observe but never quite touch. So I document them. I go to forgotten buildings and lost locations, and I try to capture what it feels like when humans leave something behind. Not gradually, not carefully, but abruptly. The kind of leaving that stops time. I've done this in 17 places. An old psychiatric hospital upstate where the patient records were still in filing cabinets. A textile mill that still had thread on the looms. A library that someone had simply locked one day and never returned to. Each time I come back with my camera and my notes, and each time I tell myself, this is the last one. Each time I know it won't be. The Wildwood Park sits 15 miles outside the city, though the city's grown closer in the decades since it shuttered. The road to it is lined with newer suburbs on one side and dense forest on the other, as if the woods themselves have been holding the park in place, refusing to let it be developed or forgotten completely. I found out about it 2 months ago on a forum dedicated to urban exploration. A single photograph of a carousel, overgrown and skeletal, posted 7 years ago by someone who never posted again. Something about that image stayed with me. The horse frozen mid-gallop, vines climbing the poles, and behind it a sense of such profound stillness that it seemed less like a photograph and more like a pause in time. The fence is easier to push back than I expected. The metal has rusted thin, and the hinges have mostly surrendered to decades of rain and weather. I slip through sideways, turning my shoulders, feeling the edge of it catch briefly on my jacket. The sound it makes is sharp, metal on metal, and I pause on the other side, listening. There's nothing. No birds, no traffic from the distant road. Just the whisper of wind through trees that have reclaimed most of what was once manicured grounds. The park reveals itself to me slowly as my eyes adjust. The entrance midway stretches out before me, lined with ticket booths that still have their original paint peeling in white strips from the wooden frames. I can read the prices faintly. Admission in 1987 was $12 for adults, $8 for children. The thought of that specificity, that someone painted those numbers knowing they'd mark the final year, creates a small, cold sensation in my chest. The rides are worse than the photograph prepared me for, not because they're deteriorated, though they are, but because they're larger than I anticipated. The carousel sits about 40 yards down the midway, and it's enormous, ornate in a way that seems almost grotesque now. The horses are twisted and warped, their paint flaking like diseased skin. But beyond it, rising above the tree line of the overgrown park, is the Ferris wheel. It's massive, at least 150 feet tall, and against the darkening sky it looks less like a ride and more like a skeletal framework someone has built to trap the light. I move deeper into the park, and my footsteps sound wrong, too loud. The asphalt of the midway is cracked and broken, with grass pushing through in thick clumps. But even so, my boots echo back to me. I'm trying to decide if it's the time of day, that blue hour just before real darkness, or if it's something else, some quality of sound in this place that doesn't absorb noise the way normal places do. The ticket booths have small windows, and I shine my light through one. There's a desk inside, covered in debris. I can make out what might be a ledger, papers scattered across the surface, though from this distance I can't read them. There's something about the idea of that desk, someone sitting there, taking money, tearing tickets, looking up at visitors coming through the gate, that feels heavier than it should. These weren't ancient ruins. These were spaces where people were alive, where children cried and couples held hands and someone worked an 8-hour shift for wages that wouldn't have seemed unreasonable at the time. I walk past the booths toward the carousel. The air is cooling as the sun drops below the horizon, but it's not an uncomfortable cold. It's the kind of coolness that comes with evening in late summer, that perfect moment before the temperature tipped toward discomfort. I'm thinking about when this place closed, 1987. That's 37 years ago. I was 5 years old. I might have even been here as a child. I was the right age, though I have no memory of it. There are photographs somewhere of me at amusement parks, probably. Memories I can only access through other people's pictures. The carousel is as intricate up close as it appeared from a distance. The horses are hand-carved, I think, though the craftsmanship is obscured by rot and age. The poles that hold them are brass, green with oxidation, and the base is painted in what was probably once vibrant primary colors, reds and blues and yellows, but which have faded to something muted and bruised. The mechanism is exposed, the internal workings visible from underneath. I can see the belts and pulleys, the motor that once turned this thing dozens of times a day, the switch box where an operator would have stood controlling the speed. All of it is still. Silent, the last riders have long since stepped down and walked away. I'm about to move on when I notice something odd about the ground around the carousel. The grass hasn't grown in close to the ride itself. There's a clear circular area, maybe 5 feet around the entire structure, where the ground is bare asphalt, as if something has been preventing the vegetation from taking hold, as if the carousel has been rotating recently enough to grind back the growth. I tell myself, this is probably nothing. Weather patterns, underground mechanisms still somehow functioning, the human mind's tendency to see intention in randomness. But I reach out and touch the carousel base anyway. The paint is warm, not slightly warm, the kind of warmth that metal gets sitting in afternoon sun, but distinctly warm, like something with heat has been moving through it, like a hand that was just withdrawn. I pull my hand back, and I'm standing there in the last minutes of daylight, the wind moving through the overgrown park, carrying the smell of cut grass and something else. Something mechanical and old, like the inside of an antique shop. The Ferris wheel looms in my peripheral vision. The chairs, the small metal cages suspended from the main wheel, are swaying slightly. Not dramatically, just the smallest motion, as if the whole structure is breathing. I think about leaving. The thought comes to me clearly and completely. This is the moment where I could turn around, slip back through the fence, and spend the evening in my apartment like a normal person. I've felt this moment before, in other places. The recognition that I'm somewhere I shouldn't be, somewhere that might be better left undisturbed. But I don't leave. I never do. Instead, I pull out my camera and I start walking deeper into the park, toward the center of the midway where the biggest rides cluster like monuments to a version of human entertainment that no longer exists. The sun is nearly gone now. The sky has that particular quality of darkness that isn't quite night. That suspended moment when you can almost convince yourself that day might return if you wait long enough. Behind me, though I don't turn to look, I hear something. A sound like a switch being thrown, a mechanical click followed by a soft electrical hum. The carousel begins to turn. The carousel spins slowly at first. I can hear it more clearly than I should. The grinding of old gears, the faint musical notes from a mechanism that hasn't played in years. It's not the full tinny melody you'd expect, just fragments. A few bars repeating, distorted by rust and time, as if the mechanism is struggling to remember its own song. I tell myself to keep moving, document what I'm seeing. That's why I came here. That's the only thing that makes sense. I lift my camera, but the light is failing too quickly. The LCD screen shows mostly shadow with hints of carousel detail, the horses' silhouettes, the ornate poles catching what remains of the sky's fading color. The hum intensifies. It's coming from multiple directions now, not just the carousel. As my eyes adjust further to the dimming light, I realize other rides are moving too. The Ferris wheels, chairs are swaying in wider arcs now. The rhythm isn't random, it's deliberate, as though someone is operating them with intention. The exposed cable system creaks with each revolution, a sound like bones shifting in a joint. I lower the camera. My hands are shaking slightly, and I'm not entirely sure why. The park is old. Old mechanical systems often have residual energy. Wind patterns can trigger suspended structures to sway. Electrical systems that haven't been properly shut down can maintain background hums for decades. All of this has logical explanations. All of it. But the carousel is still turning faster. I turn toward it instead of away, that same instinct that kept me from leaving the park entirely. The detail in the horses becomes clearer as my eyes adjust. They're not the painted fantasy versions you'd expect. These are anatomically strange. The proportions are slightly off in ways that I can't quite articulate. The necks are too long. The heads seem to rotate at angles that would be impossible for actual horse anatomy. And they're spinning in circles, endlessly, which somehow feels worse than if they were stationary. There are other riders on them. That's what stops me cold. Figures seated on the horses. I can't make out their features in the gathering darkness, but they're definitely there. Hunched forward. Still, not moving despite the spinning motion beneath them. They look like they've been riding for a very long time. My rational mind offers an immediate explanation. They're sculptures. Carnival props. Remnants of the park's operation left behind when it closed. Dummies, perhaps, or carved wooden representations of riders positioned to create the illusion of populated rides. This is exactly the kind of thing that would remain in an abandoned amusement park. But they weren't there when I first approached the carousel. I'm certain of this. When I felt the warm metal and saw the cleared space around the ride, those figures didn't exist. The carousel was empty. I take a step toward it, then another. The camera hangs forgotten at my side now. The music continues, just those same few bars looping. The mechanism sounds like it's struggling, like gears are grinding against resistance, yet it doesn't slow down. If anything, the speed increases. The wind picks up. It's not a normal breeze. It has weight to it, a direction and purpose. It's moving in the same direction as the carousel's rotation, as if it's being drawn into the ride's orbit. The overgrown grass bends in spiraling patterns. Leaves that have accumulated on the midway swirl upward in small cyclones. One of the figures on the carousel turns its head. I stop walking. I'm standing roughly 20 feet from the ride now. Close enough to see more detail, but not close enough to touch anything. The figure, I'm still not sure what I'm looking at. Still insisting to myself it's some kind of artistic installation, rotates its head with a motion that seems independent of the carousel's turning. It looks toward me. I can't see its face. The darkness is too complete in the shadow of the carousel's canopy. But I can feel the attention. The way something directs its awareness toward you is unmistakable, whether you can see features or not. This thing is aware I'm here. It's watching me watch it. My phone buzzes in my pocket. It startles me badly enough that I actually step backward. When I pull it out, there's no signal. The battery indicator shows full, but the screen flickers strangely. Cycles through different brightness levels without my input. The time display reads 6:47 p.m. But the sun's been gone for at least 10 minutes. It should be closer to 7:15. I lock the screen and put the phone away. When I look back at the carousel, more figures have turned their heads toward me. Not all of them, perhaps 6 out of the 10 or 12 I can see. But the ones that have moved are now all facing the same direction, toward me. The music changes. The looping bars are gone, replaced by something longer, more complete. A full sequence of melody that sounds almost like it's trying to resolve into something recognizable, but never quite manages it. The rhythm is wrong for a carousel. Too slow. Too deliberate. Too sad if objects can convey emotion through sound. The Ferris wheel, which I had almost forgotten about in my focus on the carousel, suddenly stops moving. The chairs hang perfectly still, suspended at various heights around the wheel. I count them without meaning to. 13 occupied chairs. The figures in them are slumped in postures that suggest exhaustion or resignation. I don't remember seeing people in the Ferris wheel before. My hands are definitely shaking now. I clasp them together, trying to ground myself. This is dehydration. This is low blood sugar. This is the natural response to being alone in an isolated location as darkness falls. The human brain is a pattern recognition machine, and abandoned places are full of patterns that can be misinterpreted, full of shadows that look like faces, full of ordinary sounds that seem significant when you're listening to them in the profound silence of a place where no one should be. Except the silence isn't profound anymore. The carousel's music continues, the mechanical hum that seems to come from beneath the earth itself. The creaking of the Ferris wheel's support structure. The wind still moving in those spiraling patterns. It's not quiet. It's the opposite of quiet. It's full of sound. But it's a kind of sound that doesn't feel like it belongs to this world. Not quite mechanical, not quite natural. Something in between. I raise my camera again. Not to capture detail now, but to have something between myself and the park. To have a reason for being here that doesn't involve admitting that I'm afraid. As I look through the viewfinder, the LCD screen shows something that makes me lower the camera immediately. In the viewfinder, the carousel was still rotating. The figures were still facing me, but there was something else in the image. Something in the midway behind the carousel, in the background of the photograph. More rides, not just the carousel and Ferris wheel, but the ghost train, the spinning cups, the fun house. Dozens of structures I hadn't noticed before, gradually becoming visible as the darkness deepened. And they were all moving, every single one of them operating in a coordinated sequence, as if running through yesterday's schedule automatically. When I lower the camera and look with my naked eyes, those other rides are barely visible, just shadows and silhouettes. But I know they're there. I can hear them. The accumulated sound of mechanical systems that have been waiting for years to perform again, finally given permission to do what they were designed to do. The carousel music reaches what might be the climax of its tune. The speed increases to something almost frantic. The figures on the horses lean back slightly, in unison, as if responding to acceleration. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stops. The music cuts off mid-note. The carousel slows and comes to rest. The Ferris wheel's chairs stop swaying. The wind dies completely. The entire midway falls into a silence so complete that it feels like the world has ended. In that silence, I become aware of something else. A rhythmic sound. Soft, repetitive, like breathing, or like the sound of footsteps on compacted earth, walking a path around the carousel, walking it multiple times, walking and waiting, walking closer. I can't see who or what is making the sound, but I can hear the pace of it. Steady, patient, circling, I turn away from the carousel, back toward the fence, back toward the entrance of the park. In the distance, maybe 40 or 50 feet away, I can see the gap in the chain link where I entered. The night beyond it is indistinguishable from the night behind me, but it represents leaving. It represents the choice I didn't make earlier. The footsteps continue. They're not moving faster. They're not chasing. But they're definitely moving closer, following the same spiral pattern as the wind, the same orbit as the carousel when it rotated. I walk toward the fence, not running. Running would be an admission. Running would mean I believe something impossible is happening, and I'm not ready for that admission yet. But I walk quickly, my camera hanging at my side, my eyes fixed on that gap in the fence. Behind me, the carousel music starts again. Not from the beginning this time, but from where it stopped, resuming mid-note, as if the interruption never happened, as if I'm the one who paused, and the park is simply continuing with what it was doing, indifferent to my presence or my departure. The footsteps change direction. They're no longer circling, they're moving directly toward me. I reach the fence. The gap is closer than I thought, or perhaps I'm moving faster than I realized. I slip through it sideways, my jacket catching briefly on the exposed wire. For a moment I'm stuck there, half in the park and half out, and it feels significant in a way I can't quite articulate, like I'm balanced on a threshold of something, like staying in that position for too long might make it impossible to leave. I pull free, the jacket tears slightly, but I'm through. Behind me, on the other side of the fence, the footsteps stop. I don't turn around. I walk to my car through the darkness, using my phone's flashlight to navigate the overgrown parking lot. I don't look back at the park. I don't check if anything is following me. I get in the car, lock the doors, and sit in the dark for a long time before I'm capable of driving. When I finally start the engine, the headlights sweep across the park entrance. The carousel is visible through the gap in the fence. It's not moving. The figures are still seated on the horses, but they're facing forward now, facing away from me, facing back toward the center of the park, as if they've returned to their default orientation, as if they're no longer interested in whatever I was. I drive away. When I reach the main road and turn on the radio, I realize I've been gone from the park for 17 minutes. According to my phone, it's 6:44 p.m. It's the same time I received that first concerning text. I didn't go back to the park that night, or the next night, or the night after that. I told myself it was over, that whatever had occurred in that pocket of overgrown concrete and frozen machinery had been an isolated incident, some combination of exhaustion, poor lighting, and the particular way the human mind constructs narratives from ambiguous sensory data. We're pattern-matching creatures. We find meaning in silence. We hear footsteps in the rustle of dead leaves. But the park wasn't finished with me. The text started on the third day, not to my phone this time, to my social media. Direct messages from an account with no profile picture, no name. No identifying information whatsoever, just a string of numbers, 644. Then come back. Then we're still waiting. Then the carousel remembers you. I deleted them, blocked the account. Tried to convince myself it was a prank, some elaborate joke by someone who knew about my visit. But the specificity of 6:44, the exact time I'd noticed during that final moment in my car, made that explanation feel increasingly hollow. On the fifth day, I found photographs on my computer. They weren't in my normal folders. They were buried in a subfolder within my backup files. The kind of nested directory structure that would require someone to actively know where they were stored, or to have spent considerable time searching. The photos weren't mine. I remembered every image I'd taken that evening, and these weren't them. These were photos of me, inside the park, from angles and distances that would have required another person to be present, watching, documenting my movements. In one image, I'm standing near the carousel, and in the background, barely visible behind the seized machinery, there's a figure. Indistinct, blurred as if it's moving, or as if the photograph itself is struggling to capture its presence. The quality is wrong, the resolution too clean, the color palette too saturated, like it's been copied and recopied until it's become something other than a photograph. In another, I'm at the fence, caught mid-stride, and there are footprints in the dust behind me. Multiple sets, overlapping as if the ground itself has recorded patterns of movement I never witnessed. The third image is what made me call my sister. It's a photo of me sleeping in my car, taken from outside through the driver's side window. The timestamp reads 6:44 p.m., the same time. But that's impossible. I remember sitting in my car for minutes, maybe longer, but I wasn't asleep. And I would remember someone standing outside my window, camera in hand, close enough to capture my face in detail. Except I remembered something else. a gap, a small absence in my recollection. After I pulled through the fence, after the footsteps stopped, I had walked to my car and sat in the darkness. But the sequence of events, the duration, the precise order of my movements, had become slippery. When I tried to reconstruct it, the timeline fractured. I could remember entering the car, but not the exact moment I sat down. I could remember the engine starting, but not the decision to turn the key. My sister wanted me to go to the police, to show them the photographs. She said it was stalking, that it was threatening, that I should document everything and file a report. I agreed to appease her, but I knew what would happen. The photos would be examined, and they would find nothing. They would show no evidence of tampering, no signs of digital manipulation. They would look like legitimate photographs taken by legitimate equipment. The only problem would be their existence, their presence in my files, their documentation of impossible moments, which meant the problem wasn't the photos. The problem was that they were real. On the 7th day, I decided to return to the park, not to satisfy curiosity or to prove anything to myself, but because I'd realized something while lying awake the previous night. The park hadn't been trying to hurt me. It had been trying to communicate. The texts, the photographs, the messages, they were attempts at conversation. And I'd been refusing to listen. I arrived at the park around 5:30 p.m. I wanted to be there before the light failed completely, though I wasn't sure why that mattered anymore. The parking lot was empty except for my car. The fence looked the same. The gap was still there, rust-colored and waiting. I brought a notebook this time. Something to document what happened, not with photographs, but with words. A record that existed independent of any device, any digital medium that could be corrupted or manipulated. I wrote the date, the time, and a simple statement: I'm here to listen. As I approached the carousel, I noticed the mechanism had changed. It was more degraded now, or perhaps I had simply failed to perceive its full state of deterioration before. The wooden horses had begun to separate from their brass poles. The platform had developed deep fissures, as if the concrete was quietly splitting open from within. The music box was visible now, rusted, impossibly ornate, covered in a patina of something that might have been verdigris or might have been something else entirely. The carousel wasn't moving, but the seated figures were gone. All of them. The horses stood empty, their painted eyes facing outward in different directions, as if their riders had simply vacated their positions and walked away, leaving no trace of departure. I stood at the edge of the carousel's orbit and waited. The sun was sinking toward the tree line, and the park was filling with shadow. The temperature had dropped. My breath was visible in small clouds, though it was still September, still technically warm enough that the air shouldn't be doing this. The footsteps started again, but this time they weren't circling. They were moving in a straight line from somewhere deep within the park toward where I stood. I could hear them clearly. The compression of earth, the displacement of air, the weight of something moving with purpose and direction. But there was nothing to see. The footsteps drew closer, and I could hear something else beneath them, a sound like breathing, but fractured, as if it was coming from multiple sources, or as if the source itself was multiple. The sound of something that didn't quite know how to move its lungs in synchronization. The sound of coordination failing. I stood my ground. I kept my eyes open. When the presence reached me, and I felt it reach me, like a displacement of temperature, like the sudden awareness of being observed from inches away, I tried to speak. I tried to say something calm, something acknowledging, something that would prove I understood this was a conversation, and I was ready to participate. But no words came. Instead, there was a sound from my own throat, not my voice, but something using my voice as a vessel. The sound of something trying to remember how to speak English, or trying to speak several languages simultaneously, or trying to communicate in a way that human vocal cords were never designed to accommodate. When I looked down at my notebook, though I had not been writing, the page was filled with words in my own handwriting. Dense, obsessive, repeating a single sentence over and over. The carousel remembers you, the carousel remembers you, the carousel remembers you, the sun was gone. The park was full of darkness now, and I realized I had lost track of time again. My phone was in my pocket. When I removed it to check the time, the screen displayed 6:44 p.m. The exact same time. Not 6:44 and 30 seconds, not 6:45. Just 6:44, as if the hour had looped, as if I'd somehow stepped back into the moment I had been trying to leave all along. Behind me I heard the carousel begin to turn, not with music, just the grinding sound of ancient machinery, the screech of metal against metal, the slow rotation of a ride that hadn't moved in decades but was remembering now how motion felt. I looked at my hands. They were different. Older, the skin was thin, mapped with lines I didn't remember being there. The camera I'd brought was hanging from my neck, and when I looked at the display I could see photographs I'd never taken, images of the park from angles I'd never occupied, time frames I'd never experienced, years of photographs, decades of documentation, all time-stamped 6:44 p.m. I left the park the second time by running. I didn't check if anything followed. I didn't look at my reflection in the car's windows. I drove in complete silence, with all the mirrors adjusted away from my face, and when I reached the main road, I kept driving. I didn't go home. I didn't go to the police. I went to a motel on the outskirts of the city and paid cash for a room I haven't left in 3 days. My hands keep aging. I can see it happening. The lines deepening, the spots appearing, the skin becoming translucent. It's not fast enough to be visible from moment to moment. But if I look away and then back, if I let my attention shift, the changes have occurred. And every time I check my phone, the time is 6:44 p.m. I don't know how much longer I have before it catches up with me completely, before I become the kind of absence that can only be documented in photographs taken by someone else. Another visitor to that park, another person walking through that gap in the fence, drawn by the same curiosity, the same conviction that what they experienced was impossible and therefore survivable. The carousel is still turning. I can hear it, even here, hundreds of miles from the park. A sound like breathing, like something remembering how to move, like gears that have been waiting decades for the right kind of permission to turn again, like something that's collected enough visitors now that it finally knows what it's supposed to do. The motel manager stopped asking questions after the first day. I'd paid for a week. Cash, he had that particular incuriosity of people who worked in places designed for temporary dissolution, where everyone was running from something and the rooms asked nothing of you except that you vacate by 11 a.m. My room smelled like bleach and the previous inhabitants' desperation. There was a single window that faced the parking lot, and I kept the curtains drawn. The only light came from the bathroom, which I left open. I couldn't stand the dark anymore. Something about the dark made me feel like I was forgetting things about myself, like the gaps between conscious moments were expanding into something larger, something that could contain more than just the ordinary erosion of time. On the fourth day, or what I was calling the fourth day, though my phone still insisted it was 6:44 p.m., I made myself look at my hands under proper light. The aging had slowed, but it hadn't stopped. The process seemed to have reached some kind of equilibrium. I was aging in dog years, maybe, but I was aging. I could calculate backward from the degradation of my skin, the brittleness of my fingernails, the way my knuckles had become more prominent, and I could estimate that at this rate I had perhaps 3 weeks, maybe 4, before my hands looked like they belonged to someone in their 90s. The rest of me seemed untouched. My face, when I finally forced myself to look at it in the bathroom mirror around what the world insisted was 6:47 p.m. The time on the wall clock, which was still moving normally, seemed almost unchanged, just tired. The kind of tired that didn't leave with sleep. I called my apartment and left myself a voicemail from the motel phone. "I'm alive," I said. "I'm handling something. I'll be back when I can." I thought about calling someone else, a friend, a colleague, someone who might actually care whether I returned. But I couldn't bring myself to manufacture the normalcy that conversation would require. What would I even tell them? That I'd lost a day to a place that didn't operate on conventional time? That something in an abandoned amusement park had borrowed my voice and my hands, had written warnings in my notebook, had documented my presence in photographs that existed without ever being taken? They would be kind. They would suggest therapy, medication, rest. They would be so reasonable that I might even begin to believe them. Instead, I stayed in the motel. I ate from the vending machine in the hallway, chips, candy bars, things that didn't require a future or the expectation of returning to a normal life. I showered in water that never quite got hot enough and sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the sound of the highway, which at night became almost oceanic. Cars passing like currents. The occasional horn blast like the call of something distant and enormous. Around what I was calling day 5, I realized I hadn't checked my phone in almost 16 hours. When I did, I fully expected it to still be 6:44 p.m. Instead, the time read 11:32 a.m. A Tuesday morning, according to the date. Almost a week had passed in the outside world. The realization hit me like nausea. Not that time had progressed, but that this implied I'd somehow broken free of the carousel's attention, that its grip had loosened just enough to let me slip back into the normal current of moments. I wasn't sure whether this was progress or predation of a different kind. That afternoon, I checked out. The manager barely looked at me. I asked him if he'd noticed anything unusual about my stay, and he said the only unusual thing was that I'd actually paid in advance, which was rarer than it should be. He said it like it was a small tragedy. The kindness of people who prepared for disappointment. I drove back toward the city, but I took a different route. I went west instead of east, through towns I'd never seen before, following roads that seemed to wend without logic. I told myself I was being cautious, avoiding the main highways. The truth was that I was terrified of passing the amusement park, or worse, of finding myself there without having consciously driven that direction. The fear was irrational. The park was south, not north, but fear usually is. I stayed in a different motel that night, and the next night I went back to my apartment. I didn't expect it to feel different, but it did. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, and that exactness felt obscene somehow. My dishes in the sink, slightly moldy, my bed unmade. The books on my shelf in their exact same arrangement. The world had no idea that 3 weeks of my lifespan had been spent in that motel room, that my hands had aged visibly while everything else remained static. My job called after a week of my absence. My supervisor was patient, professional. He asked when I might be back. I told him I wasn't sure. He said they'd hold my position for 2 more weeks, maybe 3, but after that I'd need to formally resign or take an official leave. I thanked him for the grace period. We both knew it wouldn't be long enough. I spent the days walking through my apartment as if it were a museum of someone else's life. I looked at photographs of myself from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and tried to reconcile them with the person who'd walked through that gap in the fence. The hands in those photographs were smooth, unmarked. The face was fuller, less hollowed by a specific kind of terror. The aging had stopped completely, it seemed. My hands remained the hands of someone in their 50s or early 60s, but they didn't deteriorate further. I tested this by photographing them daily, comparing the images. No change, no progression, just stasis, which was almost worse than the acceleration had been. At least the acceleration had implied a destination, a completion. This suggested I might remain this way indefinitely. My phone still worked, my bills still came. The outside world continued its ordinary rotation, indifferent to the fact that I was no longer entirely of it. I went to the grocery store one afternoon and felt the profound strangeness of placing food in a cart, of standing in line behind #additional middle section. The carousel horses had turned a particular shade of white, not clean, not weathered to silver, but the off-white of something that had forgotten what color it was supposed to be. I stood before it for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. The paint had cratered in places, exposing wood beneath that looked almost soft, almost like it might give way if I pressed my thumb against it. I didn't test this theory. The air tasted like rust and something else I couldn't place. Not decay exactly, displacement. As if the atmosphere itself had been trapped here since the park's last operating day, cycling endlessly through the same stale composition. My lungs felt heavier with each breath, and I found myself consciously thinking about exhaling, which made the breathing worse. When you become aware of your own respiration, something is wrong with the space you're occupying. Above the carousel, the wooden canopy had buckled inward at points, creating valleys where water had pooled and then evaporated, leaving rings like a felled tree. Those rings were brown and orange in a color I'd never seen before, something between verdigris and dried blood, but without the gloss of either. Daylight fell through the gaps in a way that seemed too deliberate, too precisely aimed. Shafts of light that didn't scatter the way light normally does. They cut through the space like architectural elements rather than illumination. I moved deeper into the park, and the sounds changed, not multiplied, changed. The wind that had been audible at the entrance seemed to die completely once I'd walked past the ticket booth, as if the space itself had absorbed it. What replaced it was worse because it had no identifiable source. A soft clicking sound, rhythmic but not mechanically precise. It came from everywhere and nowhere. I stopped walking several times to locate it, turning my head, holding my breath to hear better, but the moment I focused on finding it, the sound seemed to originate from wherever I wasn't looking. This produced a feedback loop of mild panic that I had to manually stop by forcing myself to breathe normally and look at my feet. The ground beneath the park was a different texture than I'd expected. Not asphalt, which had broken apart into aggregate, but something in between. Weeds had pushed through with such determination that they'd created their own small topography. Root systems had buckled the walking paths into a series of low hills and shallow valleys. My boots caught on these irregularities with increasing frequency, and I realized I was spending more energy on my footing than on observing my surroundings. This felt intentional, though I couldn't articulate why. The other structures became visible through the spaces between buildings as I moved north through the park. The Ferris wheel rose behind the carousel's canopy, its structure so oxidized that the distinction between metal and rust had essentially dissolved. It looked like a wheel made of dried blood and rust powder, held together by nothing but the memory of having been constructed. Its passenger cars still hung from their mechanisms, and I could see into some of them from my vantage point. The seats were upholstered in a color that might have been red or might have been brown. The fading had been so total that the original material was merely a suggestion. Walking closer to it, I noticed that the operator's booth still contained a control panel. The buttons were faded past the point of legibility, and the switches had seized in their casings, but someone, the park's final operator, I assumed, had left it exactly as it was. Next to the control panel sat a lunch pail, actual lunch pail, the kind with a thermos inserted into its lid. I couldn't determine whether this detail was real or whether my mind had simply inserted it because it seemed right for the narrative. This uncertainty was more unsettling than if I'd been certain it was hallucinating. Time felt different in the park. My watch said I'd been here for 27 minutes, but my internal sense suggested hours. The light hadn't changed position significantly, or perhaps it had, and the park's design made such changes imperceptible. The shadows cast by the structures hadn't lengthened or shortened, which was impossible. I began checking my watch obsessively, and each time the recorded duration and the subjective duration disagreed by a greater margin. The smell intensified as I moved away from the carousel. Not a single smell, but a layering of them. Rust, certainly, the sweet rot of vegetation. Something chemical that suggested maintenance or cleaning products, though it had aged into something almost floral. And beneath all of this, faintly, the smell of something that might have been animal, but also might have been the way certain kinds of plastic smell after decades of exposure to sunlight. I sat down on a bench, actual wooden bench, painted in what had once been a bright yellow, and forced myself to remain still for several minutes. The bench was positioned to face one of the game booths, where stuffed animals still hung from the ceiling framework. They'd faded to uniformity, all the same colorless tan, and their shapes had degraded slightly, as if they were slowly collapsing back into fiber. I counted them without meaning to. 17 visible from this angle, arranged in a pattern that suggested rows. Though several had fallen or shifted and disrupted the geometry, my chest felt tight in a way that wasn't physical. Anxiety, perhaps, but also something else. A sense of pressure from the space itself, as if the park had a weight, and that weight was pressing down on everything inside it. The buildings seemed to lean inward slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. When I turned my head to check, they'd returned to vertical, but I could see the evidence of their drift. Weathering on certain sides that suggested they'd been at an angle long enough for the exposure to matter. The sky had become uniformly gray without my noticing the transition. There was still light, but its source had become diffuse and directionless. The shadows I'd been following had lost definition, and the whole park had shifted into a register of grays and browns and that strange off-white. It was easier to look at, somehow less demanding. I understood, in a way I couldn't quite articulate, why the park wanted to look this way, why it had faded the colors away. My hands had begun to feel cold despite the temperature being mild. I put them in my pockets and felt something I didn't remember placing there. A small object, cylindrical, about the size of a quarter. I pulled it out, a ticket stub, faded yellow, with numbers printed in a font I didn't recognize. The date indecipherable. I had no memory of acquiring it, and I was certain I hadn't found it on the ground. The weight of it in my palm felt significant, personal. People who would age naturally, linearly, according to rules I'd somehow stepped outside of. An older woman smiled at me. Her face was deeply lined, kind. She had the smile of someone who'd lived through decades and come out the other side with gentleness intact. For a moment I envied her. At least she knew how this ended. On the 31st day of my return, I know this because I've been counting. Though the date on my phone sometimes seems uncertain, as if the calendar itself is second-guessing its own chronology, I heard the carousel again. It wasn't at night. It was 3 in the afternoon, and I was sitting in my apartment with the windows open, because the weather was fine and the isolation had become so thick that I needed something, even just the sound of traffic, to remind me I existed in a shared world. The carousel music didn't come. It was just the grinding sound, the metal on metal, the slow rotation. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. When I stood up and walked to the windows, I couldn't locate it directionally. It was simply present, like a change in air pressure, like the sound of my own blood moving through my veins. I waited for panic. Instead, I felt something almost like relief. The carousel was reminding me it was still there, that I hadn't escaped it, that the park was still operating on its own schedule, in its own time, and that perhaps eventually I would be drawn back. The question wasn't whether, but when. And maybe there was something restful in accepting that the choice had never really been mine. I sat back down. I didn't close the windows. I listened to the sound of the city and the carousel, both, existing in the same space. And I thought about the photographs on my phone, the ones I'd never taken, the ones that showed me walking through angles of a park I'd only partially experienced, documented by something that had already known I would come, had already been waiting, had already arranged the chairs and the rides and the gaps in the fence for my arrival. I thought about the person, or the people, who would eventually walk through that gap after me. They would find the carousel turning when they arrived, as if it had been waiting specifically for them. They would experience the park differently than I had. Maybe it would give them different gifts. Maybe it had already collected enough now. Maybe I was the first, or maybe I was just another in a long sequence, another photograph in a collection that had been assembling itself for decades. The sound of the carousel faded around 4 p.m., but by then I'd stopped listening to the time. I let my hands rest on the table in front of me, these old hands, these borrowed hands, these hands that had been rewritten by something that knew my handwriting better than I did, and I felt the strange, terrible peace of someone who'd finally understood that some doors, once opened, don't stay open. They just close you inside what was always waiting on the other side.